Welcome to the 5-hour Advanced English Vocabulary Challenge. In this video, you'll go through advanced words, strong verbs, natural idioms, everyday collocations, and practical phrasal verbs. You'll also find long questions and answers, along with full flowing sentences that will push your fluency and confidence to the next level. The challenge is simple. Listen carefully, repeat after me, and keep going all the way to the end. By completing this challenge, you'll not only learn hundreds of advanced expressions, but you'll also sharpen your speaking, strengthen your listening, and improve your real communication skills in English. So, grab a notebook, stay focused, and let's begin the challenge together. Are you ready? Let's go. Undergo scrutiny. Undergo scrutiny. Meaning, to be closely examined or inspected. To be closely examined or inspected. The new policy will undergo scrutiny before it's approved. The new policy will undergo scrutiny before it's approved. Shed light on. Shed light on. Meaning, to clarify or explain something. To clarify or explain something. The report shed light on social inequality. The report shed light on social inequality. Come to fruition. Come to fruition. Meaning, to reach a successful or desired outcome. To reach a successful or desired outcome. All their hard work is finally beginning to come to fruition. All their hard work is finally beginning to come to fruition. Build rapport. Build rapport. Meaning, to establish a good relationship or connection. To establish a good relationship or connection. It's important to build rapport with clients early on. It's important to build rapport with clients early on. Lend a hand. Lend a hand. Meaning, to help someone with something. To help someone with something. She was always willing to lend a hand with difficult tasks. She was always willing to lend a hand with difficult tasks. Show resilience. Show resilience. Meaning, to demonstrate the ability to recover from adversity or difficulties. To demonstrate the ability to recover from adversity or difficulties. Despite the setbacks, she continued to show resilience. Despite the setbacks, she continued to show resilience. Express reservations. Express reservations. Meaning, to communicate doubts or concerns. To communicate doubts or concerns. She began to express reservations about joining the project. She began to express reservations about joining the project. Make a concerted effort. Make a concerted effort. Meaning, to try very hard to achieve something. To try very hard to achieve something. The team decided to make a concerted effort to improve their performance. The team decided to make a concerted effort to improve their performance. Take a firm stand. Take a firm stand. Meaning, to hold a strong opinion. To hold a strong opinion. She chose to take a firm stand on environmental issues. She chose to take a firm stand on environmental issues. Voice concerns. Voice concerns. Meaning, to express worries or anxieties about something. To express worries or anxieties about something. Employees began to voice concerns about the new work policy. Employees began to voice concerns about the new work policy. Keep in check. Keep in check. Meaning, to control or restrain something. To control or restrain something. He tried to keep in check his rising frustration. He tried to keep in check his rising frustration. Put a strain on. Put a strain on. Meaning, to burden or cause pressure. To burden or cause pressure. The increased demand put a strain on resources. The increased demand put a strain on resources. Give priority to. Give priority to. Meaning, to prioritize or make something most important. To prioritize or make something most important. We need to give priority to finishing this project before the deadline. We need to give priority to finishing this project before the deadline. Spark controversy. Spark controversy. Meaning, to cause public disagreement or debate. To cause public disagreement or debate. His comments began to spark controversy among the team members. His comments began to spark controversy among the team members. Seek approval. Seek approval. Meaning, to ask for acceptance or permission. To ask for acceptance or permission. She decided to seek approval from her manager before proceeding with the plan. She decided to seek approval from her manager before proceeding with the plan. Encounter difficulties. Encounter difficulties. Meaning, to face or experience problems. To face or experience problems. They were likely to encounter difficulties during the project's final phase. They were likely to encounter difficulties during the project's final phase. Pose a risk. Pose a risk. Meaning, to present a potential danger or issue. To present a potential danger or issue. The new policy may pose a risk to small businesses. The new policy may pose a risk to small businesses. Maintain composure. Maintain composure. Meaning, to remain calm and collected, especially in difficult situations. To remain calm and collected, especially in difficult situations. He managed to maintain composure despite the stressful situation. He managed to maintain composure despite the stressful situation. Overcome obstacles. Overcome obstacles. Meaning, to successfully deal with challenges or difficulties. To successfully deal with challenges or difficulties. The team worked hard to overcome obstacles in the project. The team worked hard to overcome obstacles in the project. Find common ground. Find common ground. Meaning, to identify mutual understanding or agreement. To identify mutual understanding or agreement. The two parties were able to find common ground on the issue. The two parties were able to find common ground on the issue. Take precautions. Take precautions. Meaning, to take actions to prevent potential risks or harm. To take actions to prevent potential risks or harm. It's important to take precautions when handling chemicals. It's important to take precautions when handling chemicals. Draw inspiration from. Draw inspiration from. Meaning, to use something as a source of creativity or motivation. To use something as a source of creativity or motivation. She likes to draw inspiration from nature for her artwork. She likes to draw inspiration from nature for her artwork. Set the tone. Set the tone. Meaning, to establish the mood or atmosphere for something. To establish the mood or atmosphere for something. The opening speech set the tone for the entire conference. The opening speech set the tone for the entire conference. Come to grips with. Come to grips with. Meaning, to understand or accept something difficult or challenging. To understand or accept something difficult or challenging. It took him a while to come to grips with the changes at work. It took him a while to come to grips with the changes at work. Reap the benefits. Reap the benefits. Meaning, to enjoy the rewards of one's efforts. To enjoy the rewards of one's efforts. After months of hard work, she began to reap the benefits of her efforts. After months of hard work, she began to reap the benefits of her efforts. Wide array of. Wide array of. Meaning, a large and varied selection. A large and varied selection. The store offers a wide array of fresh produce. The store offers a wide array of fresh produce. Mounting pressure. Mounting pressure. Meaning, increasing stress or urgency, increasing stress or urgency. The team felt mounting pressure as the deadline approached. The team felt mounting pressure as the deadline approached. Out of the question, out of the question, meaning not possible or allowed, not possible or allowed. Taking a holiday now is out of the question with all this work. Taking a holiday now is out of the question with all this work. Utterly convinced, utterly convinced, meaning completely sure or persuaded, completely sure or persuaded. She was utterly convinced that her idea would work. She was utterly convinced that her idea would work. Close-knit community, close-knit community, meaning a community where people are very supportive and tightly connected. A community where people are very supportive and tightly connected. They grew up in a close-knit community where everyone helped each other. They grew up in a close-knit community where everyone helped each other. Put things in perspective. Put things in perspective. Meaning to see things more clearly. To see things more clearly. Travelling helped put things in perspective for her. Travelling helped put things in perspective for her. Tread carefully. Tread carefully. Meaning to act cautiously. To act cautiously. In politics, one must tread carefully. In politics, one must tread carefully. Jump to conclusions. Jump to conclusions. Meaning to make a judgment without all facts. To make a judgment without all facts. Try not to jump to conclusions about the situation. Try not to jump to conclusions about the situation. Blissfully unaware. Blissfully unaware. Meaning completely unaware, often in a positive way. Completely unaware, often in a positive way. She was blissfully unaware of the surprise party. She was blissfully unaware of the surprise party. Grave concern. Grave concern. Meaning serious worry or fear. Serious worry or fear. There is grave concern about climate change. There is grave concern about climate change. Profound impact. Profound impact. Meaning a deep and significant effect. A deep and significant effect. Her speech had a profound impact on the audience. Her speech had a profound impact on the audience. Sheer determination. Sheer determination. Meaning strong and complete determination. Strong and complete determination. With sheer determination, he completed the marathon. With sheer determination, he completed the marathon. Bitter disappointment. bitter disappointment. Meaning, deep and strong disappointment. Deep and strong disappointment. It was a bitter disappointment when she didn't get the promotion. It was a bitter disappointment when she didn't get the promotion. Open to interpretation. Open to interpretation. Meaning, something that can be understood in different ways. Something that can be understood in different ways. The ending of the film is open to interpretation. The ending of the film is open to interpretation. Cutting edge technology. Cutting edge technology. Meaning, the most advanced technology available. The most advanced technology available. The company specializes in cutting-edge technology for healthcare. The company specializes in cutting-edge technology for healthcare. Exercise caution. Exercise caution. Meaning, to be careful or cautious. To be careful or cautious. Drivers should exercise caution during severe weather. Drivers should exercise caution during severe weather. Make amends. Make amends. Meaning, to try to fix or apologize for a wrong done. To try to fix or apologize for a wrong done. He tried to make amends by apologizing and offering help. He tried to make amends by apologizing and offering help. Bitterly opposed. Bitterly opposed. Meaning, strongly and passionately against something. Strongly and passionately against something. The community was bitterly opposed to the new construction project. The community was bitterly opposed to the new construction project. Gain momentum. Gain momentum. Meaning, to increase in strength or speed. To increase in strength or speed. The project began to gain momentum after the team made key improvements. The project began to gain momentum after the team made key improvements. Duly noted. Duly noted. Meaning, acknowledged appropriately or taken into account. Acknowledged appropriately or taken into account. Your concerns have been duly noted by the committee. Your concerns have been duly noted by the committee. Fully aware. Fully aware. Meaning, completely knowledgeable about something. Completely knowledgeable about something. She is fully aware of the challenges ahead. She is fully aware of the challenges ahead. Beyond repair. Beyond repair. Meaning, too damaged to be fixed or restored. Too damaged to be fixed or restored. The car was beyond repair after the accident. The car was beyond repair after the accident. Pay close attention. Pay close attention. Meaning, to be very attentive or observant. To be very attentive or observant. The teacher asked students to pay close attention to the instructions. The teacher asked students to pay close attention to the instructions. Face the consequences. Face the consequences. Meaning, to accept the results of one's actions, especially negative ones. To accept the results of one's actions, especially negative ones. If you break the rules, you must face the consequences. If you break the rules, you must face the consequences. Gain traction. Gain traction. Meaning, to become more popular or accepted. To become more popular or accepted. Her idea started to gain traction after she shared it on social media. Her idea started to gain traction after she shared it on social media. A tough nut to crack. A tough nut to crack. Meaning, a difficult problem or a person who is difficult to deal with. A difficult problem or a person who is difficult to deal with. The mystery of the missing files is a tough nut to crack. The mystery of the missing files is a tough nut to crack. Achilles heel. Achilles heel. Meaning, a weak or vulnerable point. A weak or vulnerable point. Despite his strength, arrogance was his Achilles heel. Despite his strength, arrogance was his Achilles heel. Against the grain. Against the grain. Meaning, contrary to what is expected or normal. Contrary to what is expected or normal. It goes against the grain to lie to my friends. It goes against the grain to lie to my friends. All bark and no bite. All bark and no bite. Meaning, someone who talks tough but doesn't act on their words. Someone who talks tough but doesn't act on their words. He threatens to fire people, but he's all bark and no bite. He threatens to fire people, but he's all bark and no bite. At the drop of a hat. At the drop of a hat. Meaning, immediately, without hesitation. Immediately, without hesitation. She would leave her job at the drop of a hat if she had a better offer. She would leave her job at the drop of a hat if she had a better offer. At the 11th hour. At the 11th hour. Meaning, at the last possible moment. At the last possible moment. They reached an agreement at the 11th hour before the deadline. They reached an agreement at the 11th hour before the deadline. Barking up the wrong tree. Barking up the wrong tree. Meaning, to pursue a mistaken or misguided course of action. To pursue a mistaken or misguided course of action. If you think I can help with the project, you're barking up the wrong tree. If you think I can help with the project, you're barking up the wrong tree. Batten down the hatches. Batten down the hatches. Meaning, prepare for trouble. Prepare for trouble. The company had to batten down the hatches during the economic crisis. The company had to batten down the hatches during the economic crisis. Bite the hand that feeds you. Bite the hand that feeds you. Meaning, to turn against someone who has helped you. To turn against someone who has helped you. I'm trying to help you. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. I'm trying to help you. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Break the ice. Break the ice. Meaning, to initiate conversation in a social setting. To initiate conversation in a social setting. Her joke helped break the ice at the meeting. Her joke helped break the ice at the meeting. Burn the candle at both ends. Burn the candle at both ends. Meaning, to overextend oneself by doing too many things, especially by staying up late and getting up early, leading to exhaustion. To overextend oneself by doing too many things, especially by staying up late and getting up early, leading to exhaustion. If you keep working late and getting up early, you will burn the candles at both ends and eventually burn out. If you keep working late and getting up early, you will burn the candle at both ends and eventually burn out. Burn your bridges. Burn your bridges. Meaning, to destroy one's path, connections, or opportunities, often intentionally. To destroy one's path, connections, or opportunities, often intentionally. Be careful not to burn your bridges with former colleagues. Be careful not to burn your bridges with former colleagues. By the skin of your teeth. By the skin of your teeth. Meaning, barely or narrowly. Barely or narrowly. You just finished the exam by the skin of your teeth, narrowly passing the test. You just finished the exam by the skin of your teeth, narrowly passing the test. Call a spade a spade. Call a spade a spade. Meaning, to speak frankly and directly about a situation. To speak frankly and directly about a situation. We need to call a spade and admit our project failed. We need to call a spade and admit our project failed. Call it a day. Call it a day. Meaning, stop working on something. Stop working on something. After fixing the car, we decided to call it a day. After fixing the car, we decided to call it a day. Cat's out of the bag. Cat's out of the bag. Meaning, a secret has been revealed. A secret has been revealed. The cat's out of the bag about the surprise party. The cat's out of the bag about the surprise party. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Meaning, faced with two difficult choices. Faced with two difficult choices. She was caught between a rock and a hard place, unsure whether to stay or move. She was caught between a rock and a hard place, unsure whether to stay or move. Chew the fat. Chew the fat. Meaning, To chat in a leisurely manner. To chat in a leisurely manner. After the meeting, we stayed in the break room to chew the fat and catch up on each other's lives. After the meeting, we stayed in the break room to chew the fat and catch up on each other's lives. Clam up. Clam up. Meaning, to suddenly stop talking. To suddenly stop talking. Don't clam up just when the story is getting interesting. Don't clam up just when the story is getting interesting. Cold turkey. Cold turkey. Meaning, to quit something abruptly. To quit something abruptly. She gave up sugar cold turkey, stopping all at once without easing off. She gave up sugar cold turkey, stopping all at once without easing off. Cook the books. Cook the books. Meaning, to alter financial records dishonestly. To alter financial records dishonestly. The accountant was fired for trying to cook the books and falsify the company's financial statements. The accountant was fired for trying to cook the books and falsify the company's financial statements. Crocodile tears. Crocodile tears. Meaning, fake tears or insincere displays of emotion. Fake tears or insincere displays of emotion. Don't be fooled by her crocodile tears. She isn't really upset. Don't be fooled by her crocodile tears. She isn't really upset. Cry over spilt milk. Cry over spilt milk. Meaning, to lament something that cannot be undone. To lament something that cannot be undone. We missed the deadline, but don't cry over spilt milk. Let's work on the next project. We missed the deadline, but don't cry over spilt milk. Let's work on the next project. Curiosity killed the cat. Curiosity killed the cat. Meaning, inquisitive behaviour can lead to trouble. Inquisitive behaviour can lead to trouble. Be careful what you ask. Curiosity killed the cat. Be careful what you ask. Curiosity killed the cat. Cut the mustard. Cut the mustard. Meaning, to meet expectations or standards. To meet expectations or standards. The new employee didn't cut the mustard and was let go. The new employee didn't cut the mustard and was let go. Cut to the chase. Cut to the chase. Meaning, get to the point. Get to the point. Let's cut to the chase and discuss the main issue. Let's cut to the chase and discuss the main issue. Dark horse. Dark horse. Meaning, a candidate or competitor about whom little is known but who unexpectedly wins or succeeds. A candidate or competitor about whom little is known but who unexpectedly wins or succeeds. The dark horse in the race ended up winning. The dark horse in the race ended up winning. Dead ringer. Dead ringer. Meaning, an exact duplicate. An exact duplicate. That man is a dead ringer for my uncle. That man is a dead ringer for my uncle. Devil's advocate. Devil's advocate. Meaning, Someone who argues against a point for the sake of debate. Someone who argues against a point for the sake of debate. I'll play devil's advocate to test the strength of your argument. I'll play devil's advocate to test the strength of your argument. Devils in the details. Devils in the details. Meaning, small, specific details can cause major problems. Small, specific details can cause major problems. The plan seems simple, but the devil's in the details. The plan seems simple, but the devil's in the details. Draw a blank. Draw a blank. Meaning, to fail to recall or find something. To fail to recall or find something. Every time I try to recall her name, I draw a blank. Every time I try to recall her name, I draw a blank. Drop in the bucket. Drop in the bucket. Meaning, a very small part of something big or whole. A very small part of something big or whole. The donation was a drop in the bucket compared to what we needed. The donation was a drop in the bucket compared to what we needed. Dutch courage. Dutch courage. Meaning, courage gained from drinking alcohol. Courage gained from drinking alcohol. He needed some Dutch courage before asking her out. He needed some Dutch courage before asking her out. Elephant in the room. Elephant in the room. Meaning, an obvious problem that no one wants to discuss. An obvious problem that no one wants to discuss. We need to address the elephant in the room and talk about the budget cuts. We need to address the elephant in the room and talk about the budget cuts. Faint of heart. Faint of heart. Meaning, lacking the courage to face something difficult. Lacking the courage to face something difficult. This horror movie is not for the faint of heart. This horror movie is not for the faint of heart. Flash in the pan. Flash in the pan. Meaning, something or someone that initially shows promise but fails to deliver. Something or someone that initially shows promise but fails to deliver. His initial success was just a flash in the pan, and he struggled to maintain his popularity afterwards. His initial success was just a flash in the pan, and he struggled to maintain his popularity afterwards. Feather in your cap. Feather in your cap. Meaning, an achievement to be proud of. An achievement to be proud of. Completing the marathon is a real feather in your cap. Completing the marathon is a real feather in your cap. Flog a dead horse. Flog a dead horse. Meaning, to waste time trying to do something that won't succeed. To waste time trying to do something that won't succeed. We can't flog a dead horse. The project is cancelled and there's no point in discussing it further. We can't flog a dead horse. The project is cancelled and there's no point in discussing it further. Fly by the seat of your pants. Fly by the seat of your pants. Meaning, to do something without planning or preparation. To do something without planning or preparation. We had no instructions, so we had to fly by the seat of our pants. We had no instructions, so we had to fly by the seat of our pants. Fly off the handle. Fly off the handle. Meaning, to lose one's temper suddenly. To lose one's temper suddenly. Try to stay calm during the meeting and don't fly off the handle if things don't go as planned. Try to stay calm during the meeting and don't fly off the handle if things don't go as planned. Fool's errand. Fool's errand. Meaning, a pointless task. A pointless task. Trying to fix that old car is a fool's errand. Trying to fix that old car is a fool's errand. Full of beans. Full of beans. Meaning, energetic and lively. Energetic and lively. The children were full of beans after the party. The children were full of beans after the party. Get a second wind. Get a second wind. Meaning, to regain energy after being tired. To regain energy after being tired. After a quick break, I managed to get a second wind and finished the marathon strong. After a quick break, I managed to get a second wind and finish the marathon strong. Get down to brass tacks. Get down to brass tacks. Meaning, focus on the essential details. Focus on the essential details. Let's get down to brass tacks and discuss the budget. Let's get down to brass tacks and discuss the budget. Get your feet wet. Get your feet wet. Meaning, to start something new. To start something new. Starting with a small project is a great way to get your feet wet before tackling bigger challenges. Starting with a small project is a great way to get your feet wet before tackling bigger challenges. Go against the grain. Go against the grain. Meaning, to go against what is normal or expected. To go against what is normal or expected. Her ideas often go against the grain, but they are effective. Her ideas often go against the grain, but they are effective. Go down in flames. Go down in flames. Meaning, fail spectacularly. Fail spectacularly. Make sure you review the plan carefully so the project doesn't go down in flames. Make sure you review the plan carefully so the project doesn't go down in flames. Go out on a limb. Go out on a limb. Meaning, to take a risk. To take a risk. To suggest such an innovative idea, you'll have to go out on a limb and take a risk. To suggest such an innovative idea, you'll have to go out on a limb and take a risk. Have an axe to grind. Have an axe to grind. Meaning, to have a personal or selfish motive. To have a personal or selfish motive. I have an axe to grind with the company over their recent decision to cut benefits. I have an axe to grind with the company over their recent decision to cut benefits. Head in the clouds. Head in the clouds. Meaning, to be daydreaming and not paying attention. To be daydreaming and not paying attention. She always has her head in the clouds during meetings. She always has her head in the clouds during meetings. Hit below the belt. Hit below the belt. Meaning, To act unfairly. To act unfairly. During the debate, he hit below the belt with a personal attack that had nothing to do with the topic at hand. During the debate, he hit below the belt with a personal attack that had nothing to do with the topic at hand. Hit the nail on the head. Hit the nail on the head. Meaning, to be exactly right about something. To be exactly right about something. You hit the nail on the head with your analysis of the problem. You hit the nail on the head with your analysis of the problem. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Meaning, wait a moment. Wait a moment. Hold your horses. We haven't finished yet. Hold your horses. We haven't finished yet. In a pickle. In a pickle. Meaning, in a difficult situation. In a difficult situation. I'm in a pickle because I lost my keys and can't get home. I'm in a pickle because I lost my keys and can't get home. In hot water. In hot water. Meaning, in trouble. In trouble. She got in hot water for missing the deadline. She got in hot water for missing the deadline. Jump the gun. Jump the gun. Meaning, to start something too early. To start something too early. We shouldn't jump the gun and start celebrating until the results are officially announced. We shouldn't jump the gun and start celebrating until the results are officially announced. Keep it under wraps. Keep it under wraps. Meaning, keep something secret. Keep something secret. If you've got a bad temper, you probably do your utmost to keep it under wraps. If you've got a bad temper, you probably do your utmost to keep it under wraps. Kick the bucket. Kick the bucket. Meaning, to die. To die. The doctor assured him that with proper treatment, he wouldn't kick the bucket anytime soon. The doctor assured him that with proper treatment, he wouldn't kick the bucket anytime soon. Know the ropes. Know the ropes. Meaning, be familiar with the details of something. Be familiar with the details of something. After a few weeks, you'll know the ropes around here. After a few weeks, you'll know the ropes around here. Last straw. Last straw. Meaning, the final problem in a series of problems. The final problem in a series of problems. His rude comment was the last straw, and she quit. His rude comment was the last straw, and she quit. Let sleeping dogs lie. Let sleeping dogs lie. Meaning, don't disturb a situation as it is. Don't disturb a situation as it is. We decided to let sleeping dogs lie and not bring up the old argument. We decided to let sleeping dogs lie and not bring up the old argument. Loose cannon. Loose cannon. Meaning, an unpredictable person who may cause damage. An unpredictable person who may cause damage. He's a loose cannon and often causes trouble. He's a loose cannon and often causes trouble. Make a mountain out of a molehill. Make a mountain out of a molehill. Meaning, To exaggerate a minor problem. To exaggerate a minor problem. She tends to make a mountain out of a molehill over small issues. She tends to make a mountain out of a molehill over small issues. Method to the madness. Method to the madness. Meaning, there's a reason for someone's strange behaviour. There's a reason for someone's strange behaviour. At first, the team's chaotic approach seemed unorganised, but it turned out there was a method to the madness. At first, the team's chaotic approach seemed unorganised, but it turned out there was a method to the madness. Off the beaten path. Off the beaten path. Meaning, unusual, not well known. Unusual, not well known. We found a great restaurant that's off the beaten path. We found a great restaurant that's off the beaten path. On the fence. On the fence. Meaning, undecided, undecided. He's still on the fence about which job to take. He's still on the fence about which job to take. Once in a blue moon. Once in a blue moon. Meaning, very rarely, very rarely. He visits his hometown once in a blue moon. He visits his hometown once in a blue moon. Open a can of worms. Open a can of worms. Meaning, to create a complicated situation. To create a complicated situation. Discussing politics can open a can of worms at family gatherings. Discussing politics can open a can of worms at family gatherings. The ball is in your court. The ball is in your court. Meaning, it's your decision or responsibility. It's your decision or responsibility. I've done all I can. Now the ball is in your court. I've done all I can. Now the ball is in your court. Skeleton in the closet. Skeleton in the closet. Meaning, a hidden secret or past scandal. A hidden secret or past scandal. Everyone has a skeleton in the closet, but some are more damaging than others. Everyone has a skeleton in the closet, but some are more damaging than others. Fret. Fret. Meaning, to worry or be anxious about something. To worry or be anxious about something. He sat alone, trying not to fret about all the things he had to worry about. He sat alone, trying not to fret about all the things he had to worry about. Mesh. Mesh. Meaning, to fit or work together harmoniously. To fit or work together harmoniously. He tried to mesh his ideas with the team's vision. He tried to mesh his ideas with the team's vision. Loom. Loom. Meaning, to appear as a vague or threatening form, often on the horizon. To appear as a vague or threatening form, often on the horizon. Dark clouds began to loom on the horizon, signalling a storm. Dark clouds began to loom on the horizon, signalling a storm. Jolt. Jolt. Meaning, to shake or push suddenly. To shake or push suddenly. The car accident caused a jolt that left her shaken. The car accident caused a jolt that left her shaken. Bask, bask, meaning to enjoy warmth or favourable conditions, often in a relaxed way. To enjoy warmth or favourable conditions, often in a relaxed way. He loved to bask in the warm sunlight on lazy afternoons. He loved to bask in the warm sunlight on lazy afternoons. Moot, moot, meaning open to discussion or debate, typically hypothetical or academic. Open to discussion or debate, typically hypothetical or academic. The point was moot after the new information was presented. The point was moot after the new information was presented. Perk, perk, meaning an additional benefit or advantage beyond salary. An additional benefit or advantage beyond salary. One perk of working here is the flexible schedule. One perk of working here is the flexible schedule. Veil, veil, meaning to cover or obscure something, often figuratively or literally. To cover or obscure something, often figuratively or literally. The truth was hidden behind a veil of secrecy. The truth was hidden behind a veil of secrecy. Fuse, fuse, meaning to join or blend together, often by melting or combining. To join or blend together, often by melting or combining. They worked to fuse traditional techniques with modern designs. They worked to fuse traditional techniques with modern designs. Warp, warp, meaning to twist or distort something from its original form. To twist or distort something from its original form. The heat caused the wood to warp. The heat caused the wood to warp. Quirk, quirk, meaning a peculiar or eccentric trait or habit. A peculiar or eccentric trait or habit. Her habit of organising books by colour was just one charming quirk of hers. Her habit of organising books by colour was just one charming quirk of hers. Bluff, bluff, meaning to mislead or deceive someone by pretending to be more confident or capable than one really is. To mislead or deceive someone by pretending to be more confident or capable than one really is. She tried to bluff her way through the interview. She tried to bluff her way through the interview. Smirk, smirk, meaning a smug or self-satisfied smile. A smug or self-satisfied smile. He gave a smug smirk after solving the puzzle. He gave a smug smirk after solving the puzzle. Lapse, lapse, meaning a temporary failure or mistake or a pause in progress. A temporary failure or mistake or a pause in progress. There was a brief lapse in concentration during the exam. There was a brief lapse in concentration during the exam. Grime, grime, meaning dirt or filth that is difficult to remove. Dirt or filth that is difficult to remove. The windows were covered in grime from years of neglect. The windows were covered in grime from years of neglect. Quota, quota, meaning a fixed or limited amount or number. A fixed or limited amount or number. They reached the sales quota for the month. They reached the sales quota for the month. Grasp, grasp, meaning to seize or understand firmly. To seize or understand firmly. He managed to grasp the concept easily. He managed to grasp the concept easily. Cleft, cleft, meaning a split or crack, often in rock or a surface. A split or crack, often in rock or a surface. The rock had a deep cleft running through it. The rock had a deep cleft running through it. Whirl, whirl, meaning to spin or rotate rapidly. To spin or rotate rapidly. The dancer began to whirl gracefully across the stage. The dancer began to whirl gracefully across the stage. Mirth, mirth, meaning happiness or amusement, often with laughter. Happiness or amusement, often with laughter. Her face lit up with mirth at the joke. Her face lit up with mirth at the joke. Docile, docile, meaning easily managed, trained or controlled, submissive and willing to accept instruction. Easily managed, trained or controlled, submissive and willing to accept instruction. The dog's docile nature made it a perfect companion for families with young children. The dog's docile nature made it a perfect companion for families with young children. Falter, falter, meaning to hesitate or become unsteady. To hesitate or become unsteady. She did not falter in her decision to pursue her dreams. She did not falter in her decision to pursue her dreams. Curate, curate, meaning to select, organize, and oversee the items in a collection or exhibition. To select, organize, and oversee the items in a collection or exhibition. She loves to curate art exhibitions that showcase emerging talent. She loves to curate art exhibitions that showcase emerging talent. Errant, errant, meaning wandering or deviating from the correct path. Wandering or deviating from the correct path. The knight embarked on an errant journey to find his destiny. The knight embarked on an errant journey to find his destiny. Prance, prance, meaning to move about in a lively or exuberant manner. To move about in a lively or exuberant manner. The children began to prance around the garden, excited for the picnic. The children began to prance around the garden, excited for the picnic. Quaint, quaint, meaning attractively unusual or old-fashioned. Attractively unusual or old-fashioned. The village had a quaint charm with its cobblestone streets. The village had a quaint charm with its cobblestone streets. Gambit, gambit, meaning a calculated move or strategy intended to gain an advantage. A calculated move or strategy intended to gain an advantage. Her question was a clever gambit to steer the conversation. Her question was a clever gambit to steer the conversation. Huddle, huddle, meaning to gather closely together, often for warmth or secrecy. To gather closely together, often for warmth or secrecy. The team decided to huddle together to discuss their strategy before the game. The team decided to huddle together to discuss their strategy before the game. Curdle, curdle, meaning to thicken or congeal, often referring to milk or emotions. To thicken or congeal, often referring to milk or emotions. The milk began to curdle after being left out too long. The milk began to curdle after being left out too long. Jovial, jovial, meaning cheerful and full of good humour. Cheerful and full of good humour. He was a jovial companion at the party. He was a jovial companion at the party. Staunch, staunch, meaning firm and steadfast, especially in loyalty or dedication. Firm and steadfast, especially in loyalty or dedication. She was a staunch supporter of human rights. She was a staunch supporter of human rights. Languid, languid, meaning lacking energy or vitality, slow and relaxed. Lacking energy or vitality, slow and relaxed. The afternoon was spent in a languid state, enjoying the sun. The afternoon was spent in a languid state, enjoying the sun. Tangent, tangent, meaning a straight line touching a curve at one point, or a sudden digression from a topic. A straight line touching a curve at one point, or a sudden digression from a topic. The conversation veered off into a tangent about history. The conversation veered off into a tangent about history. Recluse, recluse, meaning a person who lives in solitude, away from society. A person who lives in solitude, away from society. He chose to live as a recluse in the mountains. He chose to live as a recluse in the mountains. Pioneer, pioneer, meaning someone who is among the first to explore or innovate. Someone who is among the first to explore or innovate. She was a pioneer in the field of environmental science. She was a pioneer in the field of environmental science. Glimmer, glimmer, meaning a faint, wavering light, a faint, wavering light. The candle gave off a faint glimmer. The candle gave off a faint glimmer. Eminent, eminent, meaning highly respected or distinguished. Highly respected or distinguished. She is an eminent scholar in her field. She is an eminent scholar in her field. Revival, revival, meaning the act of bringing back to life or existence. The act of bringing back to life or existence. The team's revival in the second half led to a win. The team's revival in the second half led to a win. Elusive, elusive, meaning difficult to catch, find or achieve. Difficult to catch, find or achieve. The solution to the problem remained elusive. The solution to the problem remained elusive. Cadence, cadence, meaning a rhythmic flow of sounds or movement. A rhythmic flow of sounds or movement. The poem had a soothing cadence. The poem had a soothing cadence. Brackish, brackish, meaning slightly salty, often referring to water. Slightly salty, often referring to water. The river water was brackish due to the nearby sea. The river water was brackish due to the nearby sea. Flourish, flourish, meaning to grow or develop in a healthy or vigorous way. To grow or develop in a healthy or vigorous way. The garden began to flourish with the spring rains. The garden began to flourish with the spring rains. Accolade, accolade, meaning an award, honour or expression of praise given in recognition of achievement. An award, honour or expression of praise given in recognition of achievement. She received the highest accolade in the industry for her groundbreaking research. She received the highest accolade in the industry for her groundbreaking research. Diminish, diminish, meaning to reduce in size or importance. To reduce in size or importance. The light began to diminish as evening approached. The light began to diminish as evening approached. Choleric, choleric, meaning easily angered or quick-tempered. Easily angered or quick-tempered. His choleric attitude led to frequent workplace conflicts. His choleric attitude led to frequent workplace conflicts. Vigilant, vigilant, meaning being watchful and alert to potential danger. Being watchful and alert to potential danger. The security guard remained vigilant throughout the night. The security guard remained vigilant throughout the night. Subtlety, subtlety, meaning delicacy or understated quality. Delicacy or understated quality. The artist's use of subtlety in the painting added depth. The artist's use of subtlety in the painting added depth. Coherent, coherent, meaning logical and consistent, logical and consistent. Her explanation was clear and coherent. Her explanation was clear and coherent. Seraphic, seraphic, meaning angelic or divine in nature, often associated with purity and beauty. Angelic or divine in nature, often associated with purity and beauty. The child's laughter had a seraphic quality. The child's laughter had a seraphic quality. Luminous, luminous, meaning emitting light or glowing, emitting light or glowing. The moon was luminous in the night sky. The moon was luminous in the night sky. Animosity, animosity, meaning strong hostility or hatred towards someone or something. Strong hostility or hatred towards someone or something. Decades of animosity fueled the rivalry between the two families. Decades of animosity fueled the rivalry between the two families. Prominent, prominent, meaning standing out, noticeable or well known. Standing out, noticeable or well known. The artist became prominent in the art world after the exhibition. The artist became prominent in the art world after the exhibition. Strenuous, strenuous, meaning requiring great effort or energy. Requiring great effort or energy. The hike was strenuous but rewarding. The hike was strenuous but rewarding. Tolerable, tolerable, meaning bearable or endurable. Bearable or endurable. The noise was tolerable until late at night. The noise was tolerable until late at night. Pithiness, pithiness, meaning the ability to express a great deal in a few words. The ability to express a great deal in a few words. The pithiness of her poetry left readers contemplating every line. The pithiness of her poetry left readers contemplating every line. Expansive, expansive, meaning wide-ranging or broad. Wide-ranging or broad. The garden had an expansive layout. The garden had an expansive layout. Aesthetic, aesthetic, meaning concerned with beauty or the appreciation of beauty. Concerned with beauty or the appreciation of beauty. The room's aesthetic was minimalist and serene. The room's aesthetic was minimalist and serene. Curiosity, curiosity, meaning a strong desire to learn or know something. A strong desire to learn or know something. His curiosity about the universe led him to study astrophysics. His curiosity about the universe led him to study astrophysics. Pessimism, pessimism, meaning the tendency to see the worst in situations and to expect the worst possible outcome. The tendency to see the worst in situations and to expect the worst possible outcome. Her pessimism made it difficult for her to see opportunities in adversity. Her pessimism made it difficult for her to see opportunities in adversity. Emphasize. Emphasize. Meaning, to give special attention or importance to something, often to highlight its significance. To give special attention or importance to something, often to highlight its significance. The teacher wanted to emphasize the importance of regular practice in mastering a new language. The teacher wanted to emphasize the importance of regular practice in mastering a new language. Permanence. Permanence. Meaning, the quality or state of lasting or remaining unchanged indefinitely. The quality or state of lasting or remaining unchanged indefinitely. The permanence of the building structure is evident after years of wear and tear. The permanence of the building structure is evident after years of wear and tear. Divergence. Divergence. Meaning, the process or state of diverging or moving apart, especially in terms of ideas or paths. The process or state of diverging or moving apart, especially in terms of ideas or paths. The two theories showed divergence in their conclusions. The two theories showed divergence in their conclusions. Reciprocal. Reciprocal. Meaning, given or felt by each towards the other. Mutual. Given or felt by each towards the other. Mutual. Their relationship was built on a reciprocal understanding and respect. Their relationship was built on a reciprocal understanding and respect. Meticulous. Meticulous. Meaning, showing great attention to detail, especially in arranging or doing something. Showing great attention to detail, especially in arranging or doing something. The chef was meticulous in the preparation of each dish. The chef was meticulous in the preparation of each dish. Ubiquitous. Ubiquitous. Meaning, present, appearing, or found everywhere. Present, appearing, or found everywhere. Smartphones have become ubiquitous in modern society, with nearly everyone owning one. Smartphones have become ubiquitous in modern society, with nearly everyone owning one. Obediently. Obediently. Meaning, willingly complying with orders or requests, submissively following directions. Willingly complying with orders or requests, submissively following directions. The dog sat obediently beside its owner, waiting for further instructions. The dog sat obediently beside its owner, waiting for further instructions. Sabbatical. Sabbatical. Meaning, a period of time for rest, research, or professional development away from regular work duties. A period of time for rest, research, or professional development away from regular work duties. After 10 years of teaching, she took a sabbatical to explore new educational techniques abroad. After 10 years of teaching, she took a sabbatical to explore new educational techniques abroad. Perpetuate. Perpetuate. Meaning: to make something continue indefinitely, especially something undesirable or harmful. To make something continue indefinitely, especially something undesirable or harmful. The new law aims to perpetuate social inequalities if not addressed properly. The new law aims to perpetuate social inequalities if not addressed properly. Mystifying. Mystifying. Meaning: confusing or bewildering, making something seem mysterious or hard to understand. Confusing or bewildering, making something seem mysterious or hard to understand. The magician's mystifying trick left the audience in awe, unable to figure out how it was done. The magician's mystifying trick left the audience in awe, unable to figure out how it was done. Legitimate. Legitimate. Meaning: valid or justified according to the law, rules or standards. Valid or justified according to the law, rules or standards. The company's concerns were legitimate given the recent financial setbacks. The company's concerns were legitimate given the recent financial setbacks. Convergence. Convergence. Meaning: the process of coming together or merging at a point or into a single entity. The process of coming together or merging at a point or into a single entity. The conference saw the convergence of experts from around the world. The conference saw the convergence of experts from around the world. Trepidation. Trepidation. Meaning: a state of fear or anxiety about something that may happen. A state of fear or anxiety about something that may happen. She approached the stage with trepidation, uncertain of how the audience would react. She approached the stage with trepidation, uncertain of how the audience would react. Discrepancy. Discrepancy. Meaning: a lack of compatibility or similarity between two or more facts or results. A lack of compatibility or similarity between two or more facts or results. There was a noticeable discrepancy between the budgeted and actual costs. There was a noticeable discrepancy between the budgeted and actual costs. Camaraderie. Camaraderie. Meaning: a feeling of friendship, trust, and community among people who spend a lot of time together. A feeling of friendship, trust, and community among people who spend a lot of time together. The camaraderie among the team members contributed to their success. The camaraderie among the team members contributed to their success. Symmetrical. Symmetrical. Meaning: having balanced proportions or similar elements on either side of a central axis. Having balanced proportions or similar elements on either side of a central axis. The building's architecture is perfectly symmetrical, creating a sense of harmony. The building's architecture is perfectly symmetrical, creating a sense of harmony. Adolescence, adolescence, meaning the transitional stage of physical and psychological development between childhood and adulthood. The transitional stage of physical and psychological development between childhood and adulthood. During adolescence, teenagers experience significant changes in their emotions and identity. During adolescence, teenagers experience significant changes in their emotions and identity. Egotistical, egotistical, meaning excessively self-centered or absorbed in one's own thoughts and feelings, often to the point of disregarding others. Excessively self-centered or absorbed in one's own thoughts and feelings, often to the point of disregarding others. His egotistical behavior made it difficult for others to collaborate with him effectively. His egotistical behavior made it difficult for others to collaborate with him effectively. Incredulous, incredulous, meaning unable or unwilling to believe something, skeptical or doubting. Unable or unwilling to believe something, skeptical or doubting. She looked at him with an incredulous expression when he claimed he had seen a UFO. She looked at him with an incredulous expression when he claimed he had seen a UFO. Coincidence, coincidence, meaning a chance occurrence of events happening at the same time. A chance occurrence of events happening at the same time. It was a coincidence that we wore the same outfit. It was a coincidence that we wore the same outfit. Fundamental, fundamental, meaning forming the essential or core part of something, basic and necessary. Forming the essential or core part of something, basic and necessary. Understanding grammar is fundamental to learning a new language. Understanding grammar is fundamental to learning a new language. Perseverance, perseverance, meaning persistent effort and determination to achieve something despite difficulties. Persistent effort and determination to achieve something despite difficulties. His perseverance led to the successful completion of the challenging project. His perseverance led to the successful completion of the challenging project. Contemptuous, contemptuous, meaning showing deep disrespect or disdain for something or someone. Showing deep disrespect or disdain for something or someone. His remarks were filled with contemptuous laughter, making everyone uncomfortable. His remarks were filled with contemptuous laughter, making everyone uncomfortable. Anticipation, anticipation, meaning expectation or prediction of something in the future. Expectation or prediction of something in the future. The audience showed great anticipation as the speaker took the stage. The audience showed great anticipation as the speaker took the stage. Entanglement, entanglement, meaning the state of being twisted or caught together in something complicated. The state of being twisted or caught together in something complicated. The investigation revealed a web of entanglement in the financial dealings. The investigation revealed a web of entanglement in the financial dealings. Acquaintance. Acquaintance. Meaning: a person one knows slightly but who is not a close friend. A person one knows slightly but who is not a close friend. I ran into an old acquaintance at the cafe and we spent the afternoon catching up. I ran into an old acquaintance at the cafe and we spent the afternoon catching up. Unparalleled. Unparalleled. Meaning: having no equal or being unmatched in quality or extent. Having no equal or being unmatched in quality or extent. Her talent in composing music is unparalleled in the industry. Her talent in composing music is unparalleled in the industry. Astronomical. Astronomical. Meaning: extremely large or immense in size or quantity. Extremely large or immense in size or quality. The cost of building the space station was astronomical. The cost of building the space station was astronomical. Extravaganza. Extravaganza. Meaning: a lavish or elaborate event, performance, or production, often featuring extravagant elements. A lavish or elaborate event, performance, or production, often featuring extravagant elements. The fashion show was a glamorous extravaganza that showcased stunning designs. The fashion show was a glamorous extravaganza that showcased stunning designs. Unexpectedly. Unexpectedly. Meaning: happening or coming without prior notice or expectation. Surprising. Happening or coming without prior notice or expectation. Surprising. The package arrived unexpectedly on my doorstep, catching me completely off guard. The package arrived unexpectedly on my doorstep, catching me completely off guard. Adjectively. Adjectively. Meaning: in a manner related to or involving adjectives, or used to describe something. In a manner related to or involving adjectives, or used to describe something. The sentence was adjectively rich, with numerous descriptive words enhancing the imagery. The sentence was adjectively rich, with numerous descriptive words enhancing the imagery. Embellishment. Embellishment. Meaning: a decorative detail added to enhance appearance. A decorative detail added to enhance appearance. The storyteller added a bit of embellishment to make the tale more exciting. The storyteller added a bit of embellishment to make the tale more exciting. Dissemination. Dissemination. Meaning: the act of spreading information widely. The act of spreading information widely. The organization focused on the dissemination of educational resources. The organization focused on the dissemination of educational resources. Consolidation. Consolidation. Meaning: the act of combining things to form a single, unified whole. The act of combining things to form a single, unified whole. The company underwent consolidation, merging its branches for better efficiency. The company underwent consolidation, merging its branches for better efficiency. Perpendicular, perpendicular, meaning at an angle of 90 degrees to a given line or surface. At an angle of 90 degrees to a given line or surface. The walls of the building were perpendicular to the floor. The walls of the building were perpendicular to the floor. Configuration, configuration, meaning the arrangement or setup of parts in a particular form or structure. The arrangement or setup of parts in a particular form or structure. The new software had a more user-friendly configuration. The new software had a more user-friendly configuration. Hypercritical, hypercritical, meaning overly critical or judgmental. Overly critical or judgmental. She was hypercritical of her own performance in the competition. She was hypercritical of her own performance in the competition. Conceptualize, conceptualize, meaning to form an idea or concept of something in the mind. To form an idea or concept of something in the mind. The artist was able to conceptualize a unique vision for the painting before starting. The artist was able to conceptualize a unique vision for the painting before starting. Metamorphosis, metamorphosis, meaning a transformation or dramatic change in form or structure. A transformation or dramatic change in form or structure. The caterpillar underwent metamorphosis into a butterfly. The caterpillar underwent metamorphosis into a butterfly. Heterogeneous, heterogeneous, meaning diverse in character or content. Diverse in character or content. The research team consisted of a heterogeneous group of experts. The research team consisted of a heterogeneous group of experts. Conscientious, conscientious, meaning wishing to do what is right, especially to do one's work or duty well and thoroughly. Wishing to do what is right, especially to do one's work or duty well and thoroughly. She is a conscientious worker who always ensures every detail is perfect. She is a conscientious worker who always ensures every detail is perfect. Admonish, admonish, meaning to warn or reprimand someone firmly. To warn or reprimand someone firmly. The teacher had to admonish him for talking in class. The teacher had to admonish him for talking in class. Exacerbate, exacerbate, meaning to make a problem worse. To make a problem worse. His comments only served to exacerbate the argument. His comments only served to exacerbate the argument. Disseminate, disseminate, meaning to spread or disperse information widely. to spread or disperse information widely. The company used social media to disseminate important updates quickly. The company used social media to disseminate important updates quickly. Preclude. Preclude, meaning to prevent from happening. To prevent from happening. Her busy schedule tends to preclude any chance of relaxation. Her busy schedule tends to preclude any chance of relaxation. Cajole. Cajole, meaning to persuade someone by coaxing or flattery. To persuade someone by coaxing or flattery. She managed to cajole him into going to the party despite his reluctance. She managed to cajole him into going to the party despite his reluctance. Permeate. Permeate, meaning to spread throughout something. To spread throughout something. The scent of fresh coffee began to permeate the entire house. The scent of fresh coffee began to permeate the entire house. Repudiate. Repudiate, meaning to reject or disown. To reject or disown. She decided to repudiate the rumours about her personal life. She decided to repudiate the rumours about her personal life. Procrastinate. Procrastinate, meaning to delay or postpone action. To delay or postpone action. He tends to procrastinate on his assignments until the last minute. He tends to procrastinate on his assignments until the last minute. Bolster. Bolster, meaning to support or strengthen. To support or strengthen. The new evidence helped to bolster her claim in the debate. The new evidence helped to bolster her claim in the debate. Abrogate. Abrogate, meaning to repeal or do away with a law, right, or formal agreement. To repeal or do away with a law, right, or formal agreement. The government plans to abrogate outdated regulations that hinder progress. The government plans to abrogate outdated regulations that hinder progress. Condone. Condone, meaning to accept or allow morally wrong behaviour. To accept or allow morally wrong behaviour. The teacher refused to condone cheating in any form. The teacher refused to condone cheating in any form. Mitigate. Mitigate, meaning to make less severe, serious, or painful. To make less severe, serious, or painful. The team implemented new strategies to mitigate the risks of project delays. The team implemented new strategies to mitigate the risks of project delays. Obfuscate. Obfuscate, meaning to make something unclear or difficult to understand. To make something unclear or difficult to understand. The complex language used in the report served to obfuscate the main findings. The complex language used in the report served to obfuscate the main findings. Assuage, assuage, meaning to make an unpleasant feeling less intense. To make an unpleasant feeling less intense. He tried to assuage her fears about the upcoming exam. He tried to assuage her fears about the upcoming exam. Undermine, undermine, meaning to weaken or damage something or someone gradually. To weaken or damage something or someone gradually. The constant gossip began to undermine her confidence in the workplace. The constant gossip began to undermine her confidence in the workplace. Extol, extol, meaning to praise enthusiastically. To praise enthusiastically. The coach continued to extol the team's hard work and dedication throughout the season. The coach continued to extol the team's hard work and dedication throughout the season. Placate, placate, meaning to make someone less angry or hostile. To make someone less angry or hostile. He tried to placate the angry customer with a sincere apology. He tried to placate the angry customer with a sincere apology. Proliferate, proliferate, meaning to increase rapidly in number. To increase rapidly in number. Social media platforms continue to proliferate new features to enhance user engagement. Social media platforms continue to proliferate new features to enhance user engagement. Encroach, encroach, meaning to gradually intrude or trespass. To gradually intrude or trespass. The construction of the new building began to encroach on the neighbouring park. The construction of the new building began to encroach on the neighbouring park. Vilify, vilify, meaning to speak or write about someone in a disparaging manner. To speak or write about someone in a disparaging manner. The media often tends to vilify public figures without knowing the full story. The media often tends to vilify public figures without knowing the full story. Augment, augment, meaning to make something greater by adding to it. To make something greater by adding to it. She took on a second job to augment her income and save for a holiday. She took on a second job to augment her income and save for a holiday. Extrapolate, extrapolate, meaning to infer or estimate based on known information. To infer or estimate based on known information. The scientist aimed to extrapolate the results from the small sample to the larger population. The scientist aimed to extrapolate the results from the small sample to the larger population. Eschew, eschew, meaning to deliberately avoid using, abstain from. to deliberately avoid using, abstain from. He decided to eschew fast food in favour of healthier options. He decided to eschew fast food in favour of healthier options. Eradicate. Eradicate, meaning to destroy completely. To destroy completely. The new policy aims to eradicate poverty in the region over the next decade. The new policy aims to eradicate poverty in the region over the next decade. Disparage. Disparage, meaning to regard or represent as being of little worth. To regard or represent as being of little worth. It's unprofessional to disparage your colleagues in front of others. It's unprofessional to disparage your colleagues in front of others. Peruse. Peruse, meaning to read or examine something carefully. To read or examine something carefully. She sat down to peruse the contract before signing it. She sat down to peruse the contract before signing it. Conflate. Conflate, meaning to combine two or more things into one. To combine two or more things into one. It's important not to conflate opinion with fact during discussions. It's important not to conflate opinion with fact during discussions. Expound. Expound, meaning to present and explain a theory or idea in detail. To present and explain a theory or idea in detail. The professor was asked to expound on the theory during the lecture. The professor was asked to expound on the theory during the lecture. Invalidate. Invalidate, meaning to make an argument, statement, or theory unsound or erroneous. To make an argument, statement, or theory unsound or erroneous. The discovery of new evidence could invalidate the previous conclusions of the case. The discovery of new evidence could invalidate the previous conclusions of the case. Obviate. Obviate, meaning to remove a need or difficulty. To remove a need or difficulty. The new software was designed to obviate common technical issues faced by users. The new software was designed to obviate common technical issues faced by users. Stymie. Stymie, meaning to prevent or hinder the progress of something. To prevent or hinder the progress of something. Her lack of experience in the field could stymie her chances of getting the job. Her lack of experience in the field could stymie her chances of getting the job. Beseech. Beseech, meaning to ask urgently and fervently. To ask urgently and fervently. He went to the school principal to beseech her for a second chance. He went to the school principal to beseech her for a second chance. Expedite. expedite, meaning to make an action or process happen sooner or more quickly. To make an action or process happen sooner or more quickly. The manager asked the team to expedite the project to meet the upcoming deadline. The manager asked the team to expedite the project to meet the upcoming deadline. Exonerate, exonerate, meaning to clear someone from blame for a fault or wrongdoing. To clear someone from blame for a fault or wrongdoing. The new evidence was crucial to exonerate the man wrongfully accused of the crime. The new evidence was crucial to exonerate the man wrongfully accused of the crime. Divulge, divulge, meaning to make known private or sensitive information. To make known private or sensitive information. She refused to divulge any personal information during the interview. She refused to divulge any personal information during the interview. Implicate, implicate, meaning to show someone is involved in a crime or wrongdoing. To show someone is involved in a crime or wrongdoing. The evidence found at the scene was enough to implicate him in the crime. The evidence found at the scene was enough to implicate him in the crime. Rebuke, rebuke, meaning to express sharp disapproval or criticism of someone. To express sharp disapproval or criticism of someone. The teacher felt it necessary to rebuke the student for his disruptive behaviour. The teacher felt it necessary to rebuke the student for his disruptive behaviour. Supplant, supplant, meaning to replace or supersede someone or something. To replace or supersede someone or something. The rise of digital media began to supplant traditional newspapers in many households. The rise of digital media began to supplant traditional newspapers in many households. Elicit, elicit, meaning to evoke or draw out a response from someone. To evoke or draw out a response from someone. The teacher aimed to elicit thoughtful responses from her students during the discussion. The teacher aimed to elicit thoughtful responses from her students during the discussion. Dispel, dispel, meaning to make a doubt, feeling, or belief disappear. To make a doubt, feeling, or belief disappear. The scientist provided clear evidence to dispel the myths surrounding climate change. The scientist provided clear evidence to dispel the myths surrounding climate change. Exhort, exhort, meaning to strongly encourage or urge someone to do something. To strongly encourage or urge someone to do something. During the meeting, she decided to exhort her colleagues to take action on the project. During the meeting, she decided to exhort her colleagues to take action on the project. Obstruct, obstruct, meaning to block or hinder progress, to block or hinder progress. He was accused of trying to obstruct the investigation by hiding evidence. He was accused of trying to obstruct the investigation by hiding evidence. Inundate, inundate, meaning to overwhelm someone with things or people to be dealt with. To overwhelm someone with things or people to be dealt with. The sudden influx of emails began to inundate her inbox, making it hard to keep up. The sudden influx of emails began to inundate her inbox, making it hard to keep up. Deride, deride, meaning to ridicule or mock someone, to ridicule or mock someone. He felt hurt when his classmates began to deride his ideas during the discussion. He felt hurt when his classmates began to deride his ideas during the discussion. Foment, foment, meaning to instigate or stir up trouble or disorder. To instigate or stir up trouble or disorder. The group was accused of trying to foment unrest among the community. The group was accused of trying to foment unrest among the community. Corroborate, corroborate, meaning to confirm or give support to a statement or theory. To confirm or give support to a statement or theory. The witness was able to corroborate the suspect's alibi with detailed information. The witness was able to corroborate the suspect's alibi with detailed information. Imbue, imbue, meaning to inspire or permeate with a feeling or quality. To inspire or permeate with a feeling or quality. The author sought to imbue her characters with a sense of realism and depth. The author sought to imbue her characters with a sense of realism and depth. Fizzle out, meaning gradually fail or lose energy. Gradually fail or lose energy. I hope our excitement for the project doesn't fizzle out before we even get started. I hope our excitement for the project doesn't fizzle out before we even get started. Jot down, meaning quickly write something, quickly write something. Let me jot down your phone number before I forget. Let me jot down your phone number before I forget. Mull over, meaning think carefully about something. Think carefully about something. I need to mull over this decision before I respond. I need to mull over this decision before I respond. Nod off, meaning fall asleep unintentionally. Fall asleep unintentionally. I always try to stay awake during meetings, but I sometimes nod off when they're too long. I always try to stay awake during meetings, but I sometimes nod off when they're too long. Pore over, pore over, meaning study something carefully, study something carefully. I need to pore over these documents before making a final decision. I need to pore over these documents before making a final decision. Rope in, meaning persuade someone to join, persuade someone to join. They always try to rope in as many volunteers as possible for the event. They always try to rope in as many volunteers as possible for the event. Worm out, meaning get information from someone by being persistent. Get information from someone by being persistent. She managed to worm out his secret holiday plans. She managed to worm out his secret holiday plans. Zero in on, meaning focus closely on something. Focus closely on something. The detectives need to zero in on the main suspect before making an arrest. The detectives need to zero in on the main suspect before making an arrest. Bank on, meaning rely on something happening. Rely on something happening. You can bank on him being late again. You can bank on him being late again. Plough through, meaning get through something difficult or tedious. Get through something difficult or tedious. I had to plough through hours of paperwork today. I had to plough through hours of paperwork today. Bottle up, meaning suppress emotions. Suppress emotions. It's not healthy to bottle up your emotions for too long. It's not healthy to bottle up your emotions for too long. Drum up, meaning generate interest or support. Generate interest or support. They're trying to drum up business with a big sale. They're trying to drum up business with a big sale. Smooth over, meaning resolve a problem diplomatically. Resolve a problem diplomatically. We need to smooth over the misunderstanding before it gets worse. We need to smooth over the misunderstanding before it gets worse. Sponge off, meaning take advantage of someone financially. Take advantage of someone financially. He always tries to sponge off his friends instead of getting a job. He always tries to sponge off his friends instead of getting a job. Hanker after, meaning strongly desire something. Strongly desire something. She tends to hanker after adventure whenever life starts feeling too routine. She tends to hanker after adventure whenever life starts feeling too routine. Gloss over, gloss over, meaning avoid discussing something unpleasant. Avoid discussing something unpleasant. They tried to gloss over their money problems, but everyone knew. They tried to gloss over their money problems, but everyone knew. Cobble together, cobble together, meaning put something together quickly. Put something together quickly. We had to cobble together a presentation last minute. We had to cobble together a presentation last minute. Crack down on, crack down on, meaning enforce strict measures. Enforce strict measures. The government plans to crack down on tax evasion this year. The government plans to crack down on tax evasion this year. Scrape by, scrape by, meaning just barely succeed or survive. Just barely succeed or survive. With these rising costs, it's getting harder to scrape by each month. With these rising costs, it's getting harder to scrape by each month. Size up, size up, meaning assess a situation or person. Assess a situation or person. Before making a move, he took a moment to size up his opponent. Before making a move, he took a moment to size up his opponent. Follow through, follow through, meaning complete something to the end. Complete something to the end. If you make a promise, you need to follow through with it. If you make a promise, you need to follow through with it. Map out, map out, meaning plan something in detail. Plan something in detail. We need to map out a clear strategy before launching the campaign. We need to map out a clear strategy before launching the campaign. Chip in, chip in, meaning contribute money or effort. Contribute money or effort. Everyone agreed to chip in a little money to buy a nice birthday gift for their colleague. Everyone agreed to chip in a little money to buy a nice birthday gift for their colleague. Leaf through, leaf through, meaning skim through written material. Skim through written material. She likes to leaf through old magazines while waiting at the dentist's office. She likes to leaf through old magazines while waiting at the dentist's office. Mess around, meaning waste time, act playfully. Waste time, act playfully. If you mess around too much at work, you might get in trouble. If you mess around too much at work, you might get in trouble. Vouch for, meaning support or guarantee something. Support or guarantee something. The manager asked if I could vouch for your experience before hiring you. The manager asked if I could vouch for your experience before hiring you. Zone out, meaning stop paying attention. stop paying attention. I always zone out during long meetings and miss half of what's being said. I always zone out during long meetings and miss half of what's being said. Barge in. Barge in. Meaning, enter suddenly and disruptively. Enter suddenly and disruptively. I always tell my little brother not to barge in when I'm studying, but he never listens. I always tell my little brother not to barge in when I'm studying, but he never listens. Dwell on. Dwell on. Meaning, think about something too much. Think about something too much. She tends to dwell on negative comments even when she gets plenty of praise. She tends to dwell on negative comments even when she gets plenty of praise. Sail through. Sail through. Meaning, complete something easily. Complete something easily. With enough preparation, you can sail through the exam without any trouble. With enough preparation, you can sail through the exam without any trouble. Cough up. Cough up. Meaning, reluctantly give money or information. Reluctantly give money or information. The landlord made us cough up an extra deposit before we could move in. The landlord made us cough up an extra deposit before we could move in. Ferret out. Ferret out. Meaning, discover or uncover information. Discover or uncover information. The detective was determined to ferret out the truth, no matter how well it was hidden. The detective was determined to ferret out the truth, no matter how well it was hidden. Muck in. Muck in. Meaning, help with a task or work. Help with a task or work. Everyone needs to muck in if we want to finish this project on time. Everyone needs to muck in if we want to finish this project on time. Tinker with. Tinker with. Meaning, make small adjustments or repairs. Make small adjustments or repairs. He loves to tinker with old cars in his garage on the weekends. He loves to tinker with old cars in his garage on the weekends. Vamp up. Vamp up. Meaning, improve or make something more exciting. Improve or make something more exciting. We need to vamp up the website to make it look more modern and engaging. We need to vamp up the website to make it look more modern and engaging. Whittle down. Whittle down. Meaning, reduce in number gradually. Reduce in number gradually. We need to whittle down the list of candidates before the final interviews. We need to whittle down the list of candidates before the final interviews. Toss around. Toss around. Meaning, discuss ideas casually. Discuss ideas casually. Let's toss around some ideas before making a final decision. Let's toss around some ideas before making a final decision. Wolf down, wolf down, meaning to eat something very quickly and greedily. To eat something very quickly and greedily. I always wolf down my breakfast when I'm running late for work. I always wolf down my breakfast when I'm running late for work. Nip off, meaning to leave somewhere quickly for a short time. To leave somewhere quickly for a short time. I'm going to nip off to the supermarket for a few essentials before we start cooking dinner. I'm going to nip off to the supermarket for a few essentials before we start cooking dinner. Fathom out, meaning to understand something complicated or mysterious. To understand something complicated or mysterious. I can't fathom out why he would quit such a great job without a backup plan. I can't fathom out why he would quit such a great job without a backup plan. Fob off, meaning to deceive someone or get rid of them by giving an excuse or something of low value. To deceive someone or get rid of them by giving an excuse or something of low value. The salesman tried to fob off the faulty product as brand new, but I wasn't fooled. The salesman tried to fob off the faulty product as brand new, but I wasn't fooled. Chime in, meaning to interrupt or add to a conversation at the right moment. To interrupt or add to a conversation at the right moment. Feel free to chime in if you have any suggestions during the meeting. Feel free to chime in if you have any suggestions during the meeting. Skive off, meaning to avoid work or school without permission. To avoid work or school without permission. He always tries to skive off work whenever there's a big project due. He always tries to skive off work whenever there's a big project due. Fess up, meaning to admit something, especially a mistake or wrongdoing. To admit something, especially a mistake or wrongdoing. You'd better fess up before someone else tells the boss. You'd better fess up before someone else tells the boss. Plod along, meaning to progress slowly and without excitement. To progress slowly and without excitement. We just need to plod along and eventually we'll finish the project. We just need to plod along and eventually we'll finish the project. Chalk up, meaning to attribute a success or failure to something. To attribute a success or failure to something. You can chalk up his success to years of hard work and dedication. You can chalk up his success to years of hard work and dedication. Act upon, meaning to take action based on advice or information. To take action based on advice or information. The manager promised to act upon our suggestions to improve the office. The manager promised to act upon our suggestions to improve the office. Dabble in, meaning to try something casually without serious commitment. To try something casually without serious commitment. She likes to dabble in photography, but she's not a professional. She likes to dabble in photography, but she's not a professional. Pelt down, meaning to describe heavy rain falling quickly. To describe heavy rain falling quickly. The rain started to pelt down just as we left the house. The rain started to pelt down just as we left the house. Suss out, meaning to figure something out or investigate a situation. To figure something out or investigate a situation. It took me a while to suss out what was really going on in the office. It took me a while to suss out what was really going on in the office. Press for, meaning to strongly demand something or push for action. To strongly demand something or push for action. The journalists continue to press for more details about the scandal. The journalists continue to press for more details about the scandal. Level with, meaning to be honest with someone about something difficult or unpleasant. To be honest with someone about something difficult or unpleasant. You should level with your boss about why the project is delayed. You should level with your boss about why the project is delayed. Dash off, meaning to leave quickly or write something in a hurry. To leave quickly or write something in a hurry. She had to dash off to catch her train before it left the station. She had to dash off to catch her train before it left the station. Pan out, meaning to develop in a certain way, often successfully or unexpectedly. To develop in a certain way, often successfully or unexpectedly. We had big plans, but they didn't pan out as we hoped. We had big plans, but they didn't pan out as we hoped. Cordon off, meaning to block access to an area for safety or security reasons. To block access to an area for safety or security reasons. The police need to cordon off the area to keep everyone safe. The police need to cordon off the area to keep everyone safe. Pack in, meaning to stop doing something or to fit a lot into a short time. To stop doing something or to fit a lot into a short time. If this job gets any more stressful, I might just pack in and find something else. If this job gets any more stressful, I might just pack in and find something else. Could get is a modal verb construction that combines could, the past tense of can, which is also used as a modal verb to indicate possibility, permission, or ability, with the base verb get. Here are a few ways could get is typically used in English. Possibility, indicating something that might happen. Example: it could get very cold tonight. Ability, describing what someone was able to obtain or achieve in the past. Example: when I was young, I could get up early without any trouble. Permission, suggesting that it was or is permissible to obtain something. Example: he said we could get a snack from the kitchen. Here are 50 example sentences using could get. If we hurry, we could get there before it starts raining. If we hurry, we could get there before it starts raining. She could get the job if she applies soon. She could get the job if she applies soon. You could get sick if you don't wear a coat. You could get sick if you don't wear a coat. They could get lost in the forest without a map. They could get lost in the forest without a map. We could get a better view from the balcony. We could get a better view from the balcony. I could get a ride with my neighbour. I could get a ride with my neighbour. You could get a discount if you buy in bulk. You could get a discount if you buy in bulk. He could get promoted if he works hard. He could get promoted if he works hard. She could get angry if you tell her the truth. She could get angry if you tell her the truth. They could get injured playing that sport. They could get injured playing that sport. We could get dinner after the movie. We could get dinner after the movie. I could get more information from the website. I could get more information from the website. You could get an A if you study more. You could get an A if you study more. He could get the flu from his classmates. He could get the flu from his classmates. She could get more customers with better advertising. She could get more customers with better advertising. They could get fined for parking illegally. They could get fined for parking illegally. We could get help from a professional. We could get help from a professional. I could get there faster by bike. I could get there faster by bike. You could get a better deal online. You could get a better deal online. He could get bored during the lecture. He could get bored during the lecture. She could get confused with too many instructions. She could get confused with too many instructions. They could get trapped in the snowstorm. They could get trapped in the snowstorm. We could get a refund if we're not satisfied. We could get a refund if we're not satisfied. I could get inspired by a good book. I could get inspired by a good book. You could get tired if you don't rest. You could get tired if you don't rest. He could get hurt climbing that tree. He could get hurt climbing that tree. She could get surprised by the party. She could get surprised by the party. They could get delayed by traffic. They could get delayed by traffic. We could get a dog from the shelter. We could get a dog from the shelter. I could get frustrated with this puzzle. I could get frustrated with this puzzle. You could get more likes on your post with a better photo. You could get more likes on your post with a better photo. He could get homesick while travelling. He could get homesick while travelling. She could get offended by that comment. She could get offended by that comment. They could get a grant for their research. They could get a grant for their research. We could get tickets to the concert. We could get tickets to the concert. I could get better results with a tutor. I could get better results with a tutor. You could get a stain on your shirt. You could get a stain on your shirt. He could get recognized for his work. He could get recognized for his work. She could get a scholarship for her grades. She could get a scholarship for her grades. They could get married next year. They could get married next year. We could get stuck in traffic. We could get stuck in traffic. I could get upset over small things. I could get upset over small things. You could get promoted quickly in this company. You could get promoted quickly in this company. He could get injured playing football. He could get injured playing football. She could get a loan for her business. She could get a loan for her business. They could get a new house soon. They could get a new house soon. We could get a surprise visit from friends. We could get a surprise visit from friends. I could get access to the VIP section. I could get access to the VIP section. You could get better at cooking with practice. You could get better at cooking with practice. He could get a better offer from another company. He could get a better offer from another company. Should get is a modal verb construction that combines should with the base verb get. Should is used to give advice, make recommendations, express expectations, or suggest that something is desirable or necessary. Advice, suggesting a course of action. Example, you should get more sleep. Recommendation, proposing something as beneficial. Example, he should get a flu shot. Expectation, indicating what is anticipated or required. Example, students should get their assignments in on time. Here are 50 example sentences using should get. You should get your eyes checked regularly. You should get your eyes checked regularly. She should get a promotion for her hard work. She should get a promotion for her hard work. They should get to the airport early. They should get to the airport early. He should get more exercise. He should get more exercise. You should get a second opinion from another doctor. You should get a second opinion from another doctor. We should get a bigger car for the family. We should get a bigger car for the family. She should get her driver's license soon. She should get her driver's license soon. They should get more practice before the game. They should get more practice before the game. You should get vaccinated before travelling. You should get vaccinated before travelling. He should get a haircut. He should get a haircut. She should get some rest. She should get some rest. They should get involved in community service. They should get involved in community service. We should get a new coffee machine. We should get a new coffee machine. You should get a tutor for algebra. You should get a tutor for algebra. He should get his car serviced. He should get his car serviced. She should get her own bank account. She should get her own bank account. They should get an accountant for their business. They should get an accountant for their business. We should get tickets in advance. We should get tickets in advance. You should get a warranty for that appliance. You should get a warranty for that appliance. He should get a hobby. He should get a hobby. She should get professional help. She should get professional help. They should get more sleep. They should get more sleep. We should get insurance for the house. We should get insurance for the house. You should get a flu shot every year. You should get a flu shot every year. He should get a passport. He should get a passport. She should get a new pair of glasses. She should get a new pair of glasses. They should get their own place. They should get their own place. We should get together more often. We should get together more often. You should get your teeth cleaned regularly. You should get your teeth cleaned regularly. He should get a new phone. He should get a new phone. She should get some fresh air. She should get some fresh air. They should get an education. They should get an education. We should get the latest software update. We should get the latest software update. You should get a healthier diet. You should get a healthier diet. He should get a financial advisor. He should get a financial advisor. She should get more sunlight. She should get more sunlight. They should get a better job. They should get a better job. We should get a pet. We should get a pet. You should get your hearing checked. You should get your hearing checked. He should get a lawyer. He should get a lawyer. She should get more creative with her cooking. She should get more creative with her cooking. They should get an energy-efficient car. They should get an energy-efficient car. We should get a new roof. We should get a new roof. You should get regular checkups. You should get regular checkups. He should get a second chance. He should get a second chance. She should get better grades. She should get better grades. They should get a new computer. They should get a new computer. We should get a refund. We should get a refund. You should get a better internet plan. You should get a better internet plan. He should get more time off work. He should get more time off work. Would get is a modal verb construction combining would with the base verb get. Would is used to indicate a conditional situation, a habitual action in the past, or a polite request or offer. Conditional situations, describing what might happen under certain conditions. Example: if I had more money, I would get a new car. Hypothetical situations, describing an imagined scenario or potential outcome. Example: if she studied harder, she would get better grades. Habitual actions in the past, talking about repeated actions or routines in the past. Example: when I was a child, we would get ice cream every Sunday. Here are 50 example sentences using would get. If I had the chance, I would get a degree in computer science. If I had the chance, I would get a degree in computer science. She would get upset if you told her the truth. She would get upset if you told her the truth. They would get more customers if they lowered their prices. They would get more customers if they lowered their prices. We would get a refund if the product was defective. We would get a refund if the product was defective. He would get a promotion if he worked harder. He would get a promotion if he worked harder. I would get a new laptop if I could afford it. I would get a new laptop if I could afford it. You would get better results if you followed the instructions. You would get better results if you followed the instructions. They would get lost without a GPS. They would get lost without a GPS. She would get the job if she applied. She would get the job if she applied. We would get to the party on time if we left now. We would get to the party on time if we left now. He would get a bonus if he met his sales targets. He would get a bonus if he met his sales targets. I would get sick if I ate that food. I would get sick if I ate that food. You would get more out of the course if you attended every class. You would get more out of the course if you attended every class. They would get angry if you cancelled the meeting. They would get angry if you cancelled the meeting. She would get tired if she worked late. She would get tired if she worked late. We would get along better if we communicated more. We would get along better if we communicated more. He would get in trouble if he broke the rules. He would get in trouble if he broke the rules. I would get frustrated if my computer crashed. I would get frustrated if my computer crashed. You would get a headache if you didn't drink enough water. You would get a headache if you didn't drink enough water. They would get bored if the lecture was too long. They would get bored if the lecture was too long. She would get scared if she watched a horror movie. She would get scared if she watched a horror movie. We would get the best seats if we booked early. We would get the best seats if we booked early. He would get sunburned if he didn't use sunscreen. He would get sunburned if he didn't use sunscreen. I would get more exercise if I joined a gym. I would get more exercise if I joined a gym. You would get a cold if you went out in the rain. You would get a cold if you went out in the rain. They would get confused if the instructions weren't clear. They would get confused if the instructions weren't clear. She would get better grades if she studied more. She would get better grades if she studied more. We would get a better view if we stood closer. We would get a better view if we stood closer. He would get home earlier if he took the train. He would get home earlier if he took the train. I would get more sleep if I went to bed earlier. I would get more sleep if I went to bed earlier. You would get stronger if you lifted weights regularly. You would get stronger if you lifted weights regularly. They would get happier if they spent more time together. They would get happier if they spent more time together. She would get a tan if she spent time in the sun. She would get a tan if she spent time in the sun. We would get richer if we invested wisely. We would get richer if we invested wisely. He would get thinner if he cut out junk food. He would get thinner if he cut out junk food. I would get better at cooking if I practiced more. I would get better at cooking if I practiced more. You would get smarter if you read more books. You would get smarter if you read more books. They would get healthier if they ate more vegetables. They would get healthier if they ate more vegetables. She would get more respect if she was more assertive. She would get more respect if she was more assertive. We would get more work done if we stayed focused. We would get more work done if we stayed focused. He would get more friends if he was more outgoing. He would get more friends if he was more outgoing. I would get a new car if I saved enough money. I would get a new car if I saved enough money. You would get more attention if you dressed up. You would get more attention if you dressed up. They would get the contract if they made a better offer. They would get the contract if they made a better offer. She would get to school on time if she woke up earlier. She would get to school on time if she woke up earlier. We would get more support if we explained our plan clearly. We would get more support if we explained our plan clearly. He would get more clients if he advertised more. He would get more clients if he advertised more. I would get better results if I tried a different approach. I would get better results if I tried a different approach. You would get more enjoyment out of life if you relaxed more. You would get more enjoyment out of life if you relaxed more. They would get a better deal if they negotiated. They would get a better deal if they negotiated. What does your typical morning routine look like, especially on busy weekdays? On weekdays, I usually wake up around 6:30, stretch for a few minutes, then take a quick shower before preparing a light breakfast and checking my emails before work starts. How do you usually prepare for your day the night before, if at all? I try to set out my clothes, write a quick to-do list, and pack my bag the night before so that I don't feel rushed or forget anything important in the morning. When do you usually find time to relax during the day? And what do you do? I normally take a short break after lunch, whether I either go for a walk outside or listen to music to clear my mind and refresh myself before getting back to work. How has your daily routine changed over the past few years, and why? Since working from home became more common, I've had to create a stricter schedule to separate work from personal time and avoid distractions during the day. What's one small habit you do daily that helps you stay focused or motivated? Every morning, I write down 3 small goals for the day, and crossing them off one by one gives me a great sense of progress and direction. How do you usually spend your time during the first hour after waking up? I try to avoid checking my phone immediately and instead focus on making coffee, taking a shower, and reading something inspiring before diving into work. Do you follow the same routine every day, or do you like to change things up? I prefer to stick to a basic structure during the week, but keep weekends more flexible so I can enjoy a break from strict schedules and do things spontaneously. What's your favourite part of your daily routine, and why do you enjoy it? My favourite part is the quiet time I get in the evening to read a book or reflect on the day. It's calming and helps me wind down before bed. What do you usually eat during a regular weekday, and does it vary much? I normally have toast or porridge in the morning, a simple salad or sandwich for lunch, and then cook something warm for dinner like pasta, curry, or rice dishes. How do you manage your time when you feel like there's too much to do? I usually break big tasks into smaller ones and focus on doing just one thing at a time, which helps reduce the feeling of being overwhelmed or stressed. What's something in your routine that you wish you could change or improve? I wish I didn't rely on my phone so much in the evenings. It distracts me from getting proper rest, and I want to replace it with more mindful activities. How do you stay organised with all your daily responsibilities and tasks? I use a combination of a digital calendar and a handwritten list. I check both in the morning and update them throughout the day to stay on track. What do you typically do after work to unwind or transition into evening mode? After work, I usually change clothes, make a cup of tea, and either cook something relaxing or go for a walk while listening to a podcast. Is there anything you always do on weekends that's different from weekdays? On weekends, I like to sleep in a bit longer, go out for coffee with a friend, and spend more time cleaning or organising things around the house. How do you usually balance work or school with your personal routine? I try to set clear start and finish times for work or study so I don't end up working late and can still enjoy time for myself in the evenings. What does your ideal daily routine look like if everything went perfectly? I'd wake up early, exercise for 30 minutes, enjoy a healthy breakfast, get work done efficiently, and have enough time in the evening to relax or learn something new. What's one routine you've developed recently that's helped you a lot? Recently, I started journaling for 10 minutes every night before bed, and it's helped me process my thoughts and improve the quality of my sleep. Do you prefer a structured daily plan or a more flexible routine, and why? I prefer a structured plan during the week because it keeps me productive, but I like flexibility on weekends to enjoy time without pressure. How do you deal with days when your routine is disrupted or things go wrong? I try not to stress too much. I just adjust my schedule where I can and focus on doing the most important things rather than everything at once. What's one habit you do every single day that you never skip, no matter what? No matter how busy or tired I am, I always brush my teeth and wash my face before bed. It's a small routine that signals the end of my day. What kind of job do you currently have, and what do you usually do each day? I work in customer support, so I spend most of my day answering emails, solving problems for clients, and making sure everyone feels heard and supported. How did you decide on your current career path, and was it always your goal? I originally studied marketing, but found I enjoyed helping people more, so I shifted into support and gradually built a career around communication and service. What's the most rewarding part of your job, and why does it matter to you? The best part is when a customer thanks me for making their day easier. It reminds me that what I do really helps people, even in small ways. Can you describe a difficult situation you faced at work and how you handled it? A client once got very angry about a late delivery, but I listened carefully, stayed calm, and managed to resolve the issue quickly with a clear explanation and refund. What would your ideal working day look like from start to finish? I'd start with a quiet hour to plan, followed by focused tasks in the morning, a team meeting around noon, and then creative work in the afternoon with no stress. How do you usually manage stress when your job becomes overwhelming? I take short breaks every couple of hours, go for a walk at lunch if possible, and remind myself that I can only do one thing at a time. Have you ever had a job that you didn't enjoy, and what made it difficult? Yes, I once worked in a call centre with no room for creativity, and the strict scripts made it feel robotic and exhausting by the end of each shift. What skills have you learnt at work that you didn't expect to use so often? I didn't think I'd use emotional intelligence this much, but it's crucial when talking to frustrated customers or handling misunderstandings calmly and respectfully. How do you usually stay motivated at work, even when things get repetitive? I set small challenges for myself, like finishing a task faster or helping a certain number of people, which keeps things interesting and gives me something to aim for. What advice would you give someone just starting out in your line of work? I'd tell them to be patient, ask lots of questions, and understand that experience comes with time. Mistakes are part of the process and not something to fear. Do you prefer working independently or as part of a team, and why? I enjoy working independently when I need to focus, but I also like collaborating on bigger projects where different ideas and skills come together. What's one major goal you have for your career in the next 5 years? I'd like to move into a leadership role where I can guide and mentor others, especially younger team members who are just starting out in the industry. What does a typical meeting at your workplace involve, and how long do they last? Most of our meetings are short video calls where we update each other on progress, discuss priorities, and plan the next steps together. They usually last 20 to 30 minutes. What do you usually do during your work breaks, and how do they help you? I usually step away from my desk, stretch a little, grab a snack, or just breathe deeply. It resets my mind so I can return to work more focused. Have you ever worked remotely or from home, and what was the experience like? Yes, I've been working from home for over a year now, and while it's convenient, it also takes discipline to stay productive and avoid blending work with personal time. What's the most important lesson you've learned from your current or past jobs? I've learned that communication is everything. Misunderstandings, delays, or problems often happen just because people weren't clear or didn't listen properly. How do you usually balance your workload when you have several tasks at once? I list everything in order of urgency, then tackle the hardest task first while I have the most energy and leave easier things for later in the day. What do you think makes someone a great colleague or team member at work? A great colleague listens, helps without being asked, gives honest feedback kindly, and creates a positive environment where people feel comfortable asking for support. What's one thing you wish people understood better about your profession? I wish people realised that support work isn't just answering phones. It requires empathy, product knowledge, time management, and a lot of emotional control. If you could try any job for one day, just for the experience, what would it be? I think I'd love to try being a travel photographer for a day. It would combine creativity, exploration, and storytelling in a way that's completely different from office work. What was the most memorable holiday you've ever had, and what made it so special? My most memorable holiday was a week in Scotland where we explored the Highlands, stayed in a cosy cottage, and spent every evening by the fireplace with books and hot chocolate. If you could travel anywhere in the world tomorrow, where would you go and why? I'd probably choose Japan because I've always been fascinated by the culture, the food, and the mix of traditional temples with futuristic cities like Tokyo. What do you usually look for when choosing a place to go on holiday? I usually look for peaceful locations with beautiful scenery, good local food, and interesting cultural activities. Somewhere I can truly switch off and relax. How do you usually prepare for a trip, especially if it's to a new country? I make a packing list, check the weather, research basic customs or phrases, and plan key activities so I don't waste time once I arrive. Have you ever had any problems while travelling, and how did you deal with them? Yes, once my flight was cancelled at the last minute, but I stayed calm, spoke to the airline staff politely, and was able to get rebooked for the next day. What's your favourite way to travel? By plane, train, car, or something else? I love travelling by train because it's scenic, comfortable, and gives me time to read or simply look out the window and enjoy the journey. What do you usually pack in your bag when going away for a short holiday? I pack a few changes of clothes, travel-sized toiletries, my phone charger, a book, and a small first aid kit. Just enough to stay comfortable without overpacking. Have you ever travelled somewhere completely different from your home country? Yes, visiting Morocco felt like entering a different world. The sounds, colours, spices, and street markets were unlike anything I'd experienced before. What's the best food you've ever eaten while on holiday, and where was it? The best food I've ever had was freshly made pasta in a small Italian village. It was simple but absolutely delicious, especially with the view of the countryside. How do you usually spend your time during long flights or bus rides? I bring a book or download a few podcasts to listen to, and sometimes I write in a journal. It makes the time pass quickly and helps me relax. What's one lesson you've learned from travelling that changed your perspective? I've learned that people are kind everywhere. Even if you don't speak the same language, a smile and patience can open many doors and build trust. Do you prefer relaxing holidays or action-packed adventures, and why? I prefer a mix. I like having a few days to rest, read, or lie on the beach, but I also want to explore local sites and try something new like hiking or kayaking. What's something you always forget to bring on holiday, no matter how well you plan? I almost always forget to bring an adapter for my chargers. It's such a small thing, but when you're abroad, it becomes really important. What kind of accommodation do you usually stay in when you travel? I usually book small apartments or guest houses because they feel more personal and allow me to cook or relax without the formality of a hotel. What are your thoughts on travelling alone versus travelling with others? Travelling alone gives me freedom and space to do exactly what I want. But I also enjoy travelling with friends because we share experiences and laugh more along the way. What's one travel destination you've always dreamt of visiting but haven't yet? I've always wanted to visit New Zealand. The landscapes look stunning, and I'd love to explore both the mountains and the coastal towns in one trip. How do you usually handle language barriers when you travel to foreign countries? I try to learn a few basic phrases beforehand, use translation apps when needed, and rely on gestures, smiles, and patience to communicate respectfully. What do you usually bring back from your holidays? Souvenirs, photos, or something else? I mostly bring back photos and local snacks, but I also like to buy something small like a fridge magnet or a handmade item that reminds me of the place. What are some cultural differences you've noticed while travelling abroad? One big difference was in dining. In some countries, people eat dinner very late, while in others, meals are quiet and formal, unlike the casual style I'm used to. How has travel changed the way you view your own country or culture? Travelling has helped me appreciate things I once took for granted, like public transport, healthcare, or even certain foods. It's made me more grateful and open-minded. What steps do you usually take to stay healthy on a daily basis? I try to drink enough water, walk at least 30 minutes a day, and eat more home cooked meals instead of relying on takeaway or processed food. How do you usually deal with stress when life feels overwhelming? When I feel stressed, I take deep breaths, go for a walk outdoors, or write down what's bothering me. It helps me clear my mind and feel more in control. What kind of physical exercise do you enjoy, and how often do you do it? I enjoy cycling the most because it keeps me active without being too hard on my joints, and I try to go for a long ride twice a week if the weather allows. Have you ever made a big change in your lifestyle to improve your health? Yes, I used to stay up very late and eat a lot of junk food, but now I follow a routine that includes earlier bedtimes and regular balanced meals. How do you usually recover when you're feeling sick or under the weather? I rest as much as possible, drink warm herbal tea, take medicine if needed, and avoid screens so my body can focus on getting better quickly. What role does mental health play in your overall well-being, in your opinion? I believe mental health is just as important as physical health because how you think and feel affects everything, from your motivation to your relationships and energy levels. What's your typical sleep routine, and do you think you get enough rest? I try to go to bed around 10:30 p.m. and wake up at 6:30 a.m., which gives me about 8 hours. It helps me stay focused and improves my mood throughout the day. How do you take care of your health when you're busy or short on time? I keep healthy snacks at work, take the stairs instead of the lift, and do short 10-minute home workouts if I don't have time for a full gym session. What healthy habits did you learn growing up that you still follow today? My parents always encouraged me to eat fruit with every meal and go outside daily, and I still follow those habits because they genuinely make me feel better. How do you usually handle negative emotions like anger, sadness, or frustration? I give myself a moment to feel them fully without judgment, then talk to someone I trust, write in my journal, or do something active to release the energy. What's your opinion on using technology to support health, like fitness apps? I think fitness apps and trackers can be very helpful as long as they don't create pressure. They remind me to move more and drink enough water throughout the day. What do you usually do to boost your energy when you're feeling tired? I either take a short nap, do some light stretching, or drink a glass of cold water with lemon. It's a quick way to refresh both my body and my mind. How important is a healthy diet in your life, and what do you focus on eating? A healthy diet is a big part of my routine, and I try to include vegetables in every meal, reduce sugar, and cook most of my meals from scratch. Have you ever tried any specific health routines or trends, and did they help? I once tried intermittent fasting for a few months, and while it wasn't right for me long term, it helped me become more aware of my eating patterns and portion sizes. What advice would you give to someone who wants to live a healthier life? Start with small, realistic changes like drinking more water, getting better sleep, or walking daily, because big improvements usually come from consistent little steps. How do you feel about taking vitamins or supplements to support your health? I take a few basic supplements like vitamin D in the winter, but I think it's best to get nutrients from real food whenever possible, with supplements only filling the gaps. What's something you do regularly to take care of your mental well-being? I schedule quiet time every evening where I disconnect from work and social media. Even just 20 minutes of silence helps me stay calm and more balanced. How do you handle situations where you feel burnt out or completely exhausted? I usually take a break from everything non-essential, cancel plans if I have to, and focus on rest, good food, and getting outside. That always helps me recharge. Do you follow any routines that help you stay focused and mentally sharp? Yes, I try to avoid multitasking, keep my phone on silent while working, and take regular breaks to stretch. It keeps my mind clear and improves my concentration. What does a perfectly healthy day look like for you, from morning to night? I'd start with an early walk and a nutritious breakfast, work efficiently without stress, eat light meals, take time to relax in the evening, and go to bed peacefully by 10. How would you describe your relationship with your family, and how often do you talk? I'm really close to my family. We talk almost every day, even if it's just a quick message or call to check in and see how everyone's doing. What qualities do you value most in a close friendship, and why are they important? I value honesty, loyalty, and a good sense of humour. Friends who make you laugh and support you through tough times are the ones that really matter. Have you ever had a falling out with someone close, and how did you handle it? Yes, I once argued with a friend over a misunderstanding, but we both gave it time, apologised sincerely, and talked openly to rebuild the trust between us. How do you usually meet new people or make friends as an adult? It's not always easy, but I've met new people through hobbies, group classes, volunteering, and even by starting conversations in cafes or at community events. What do you usually do to maintain strong relationships, even when life gets busy? I set reminders to call or message people, send thoughtful notes occasionally, and try to meet up in person when possible. Even a small gesture keeps the connection strong. What's the best advice you've ever received about dealing with difficult people? Someone once told me to stay calm, listen more than I speak, and never let other people's behaviour control my emotions. It's helped me a lot in tough situations. How do you usually handle misunderstandings in conversations with others? I try to pause, ask clarifying questions, and explain my side calmly. Most problems come from poor communication, not bad intentions. What role does trust play in your relationships, and how do you build it? Trust takes time. I build it by being consistent, keeping my promises, and being there for people, especially when they're going through something difficult. How do you balance time between family, friends, and your personal space? I try to plan ahead. Weekends are for friends and family, while weekdays after work are usually for myself unless something important comes up. Have you ever helped a friend through a tough time, and how did you support them? Yes, a close friend went through a breakup, and I checked in daily, listened without judging, and reminded them of their strengths until they felt better. How do you feel about meeting new people from different cultures or backgrounds? I really enjoy it. It opens my mind, challenges my assumptions, and often leads to interesting conversations that I wouldn't have had otherwise. What's something you've learned about yourself from being in relationships? I've learned that I need time alone to recharge, and that clear communication is something I have to work on constantly. People can't read your mind. What do you usually do if you feel like someone is pulling away from the friendship? I give them a bit of space, but still check in gently. If they want to talk, I'm there, but I also try not to pressure anyone into explaining right away. What's your approach to resolving conflict when you strongly disagree with someone? I focus on listening first, avoid raising my voice, and try to find common ground. Even if we don't agree, we can still respect each other's views. Have you ever made a new friend in an unexpected place or situation? Yes, I once became friends with someone while waiting in a long queue. We just started chatting to pass the time and ended up exchanging numbers. How do you usually react when someone gives you constructive criticism? I try to listen without getting defensive, take a moment to think about it, and use it to improve if it's fair. I see it as a chance to grow, not a personal attack. What kind of person do you find it hardest to get along with, and why? I find it difficult to connect with people who constantly complain or interrupt others. I prefer being around those who listen, stay calm, and see solutions. What do you think makes someone a good listener in a conversation? A good listener gives you their full attention, doesn't interrupt, and responds with empathy. It makes you feel heard and valued, even if they don't have all the answers. How do you show appreciation to the people you care about in your life? I write thank you messages, cook meals, or just spend quality time with them. Small, thoughtful actions can mean more than expensive gifts. What's the most important lesson you've learned from your past relationships? I've learned that love and friendship require effort. You can't take people for granted, and being honest and present is more powerful than always trying to impress. It's incredibly frustrating when passengers block the door and don't let others exit first. It's incredibly frustrating when passengers block the door and don't let others exit first. Please remember to take off your backpack when the train gets especially crowded. Please remember to take off your backpack when the train gets especially crowded. Some people talk loudly on the phone, forgetting others are trying to relax or read. Some people talk loudly on the phone, forgetting others are trying to relax or read. I always offer my seat to elderly passengers, even when I'm extremely tired myself. I always offer my seat to elderly passengers, even when I'm extremely tired myself. Holding the door open for someone running is kind, but can delay the whole train. Holding the door open for someone running is kind, but can delay the whole train. Buses are usually late when it rains, so always leave a little earlier. Buses are usually late when it rains, so always leave a little earlier. It's rude to play music out loud, even if it's your favourite song. It's rude to play music out loud, even if it's your favourite song. When you sneeze or cough on public transport, please cover your mouth properly. When you sneeze or cough on public transport, please cover your mouth properly. Don't
eat smelly food on the train. It can really upset sensitive passengers nearby. Don't eat smelly food on the train. It can really upset sensitive passengers nearby. That man fell asleep and missed his stop by about 4 whole stations. That man fell asleep and missed his stop by about 4 whole stations. People standing in the aisle should move down to make space for new passengers. People standing in the aisle should move down to make space for new passengers. Always check the map before asking the driver, especially during peak traffic times. Always check the map before asking the driver, especially during peak traffic times. I once left my umbrella on the bus and never saw it again. I once left my umbrella on the bus and never saw it again. You can really learn patience just by using public transport during rush hour. You can really learn patience just by using public transport during rush hour. Tourists often stand in the way because they don't know where they're going. Tourists often stand in the way because they don't know where they're going. I appreciate when someone quietly reads instead of blasting videos on their phone. I appreciate when someone quietly reads instead of blasting videos on their phone. If your bag takes up a seat, you're making someone else stand unnecessarily. If your bag takes up a seat, you're making someone else stand unnecessarily. Escalator etiquette means standing on the right so people can walk on the left. Escalator etiquette means standing on the right so people can walk on the left. I forgot to tap my card once and got fined even though it wasn't intentional. I forgot to tap my card once and got fined even though it wasn't intentional. Sometimes I see strangers helping each other with directions and it makes me smile. Sometimes I see strangers helping each other with directions and it makes me smile. Watching people sprint for a train that's already leaving is oddly entertaining. Watching people sprint for a train that's already leaving is oddly entertaining. When the announcement says, "Stand behind the yellow line," they really mean it. When the announcement says, "Stand behind the yellow line," they really mean it. It's polite to wait until everyone exits before trying to board a crowded carriage. It's polite to wait until everyone exits before trying to board a crowded carriage. Some bus drivers greet passengers with a smile, and it really brightens my morning. Some bus drivers greet passengers with a smile, and it really brightens my morning. I once spent 2 hours on a delayed train with absolutely no explanation given. I once spent 2 hours on a delayed train with absolutely no explanation given. The rain came down so hard I couldn't see 5 feet ahead. The rain came down so hard I couldn't see 5 feet ahead. My shoes were completely soaked after walking just 2 streets in that storm. My shoes were completely soaked after walking just 2 streets in that storm. Thunderstorms always make me nervous, especially when the lightning flashes so close. Thunderstorms always make me nervous, especially when the lightning flashes so close. I forgot my umbrella, so I had to hide under a shop canopy. I forgot my umbrella, so I had to hide under a shop canopy. On foggy mornings, I can barely see the buildings across the street. On foggy mornings, I can barely see the buildings across the street. Strong winds knocked over the bins and made walking in a straight line difficult. Strong winds knocked over bins and made walking in a straight line difficult. I stayed inside all day because the hailstones were actually damaging cars outside. I stayed inside all day because the hailstones were actually damaging cars outside. The sudden drop in temperature caught everyone off guard without proper winter clothes. The sudden drop in temperature caught everyone off guard without proper winter clothes. There was a power cut during the snowstorm and we lit candles for hours. There was a power cut during the snowstorm and we lit candles for hours. When it rains non-stop for days, it really affects my mood and energy. When it rains non-stop for days, it really affects my mood and energy. I saw a man chasing his umbrella as it flew across the road. I saw a man chasing his umbrella as it flew across the road. Everything feels more dramatic when the sky turns dark in the middle of the day. Everything feels more dramatic when the sky turns dark in the middle of the day. The forecast said light showers, but it turned into a full-blown monsoon. The forecast said light showers, but it turned into a full-blown monsoon. You know it's cold when your breath turns into little clouds of steam. You know it's cold when your breath turns into little clouds of steam. It took me ages to dry my coat after getting caught in that downpour. It took me ages to dry my coat after getting caught in that downpour. The streets were so icy, people were slipping and sliding all over the place. The streets were so icy, people were slipping and sliding all over the place. That wind was so strong, it felt like it could knock me over. That wind was so strong, it felt like it could knock me over. During the heat wave, the air felt heavy and it was hard to breathe. During the heat wave, the air felt heavy and it was hard to breathe. Flood warnings were issued because of the constant heavy rain over the past week. Flood warnings were issued because of the constant heavy rain over the past week. Everyone rushed to the supermarket before the snowstorm, just in case supplies ran out. Everyone rushed to the supermarket before the snowstorm, just in case supplies ran out. Bad weather really tests your patience when you rely on walking everywhere. Bad weather really tests your patience when you rely on walking everywhere. The thunder shook my windows and made my cat run under the sofa. The thunder shook my windows and made my cat run under the sofa. Even my waterproof jacket couldn't handle the amount of rain that day. Even my waterproof jacket couldn't handle the amount of rain that day. I love watching storms from indoors, especially with a warm drink in hand. I love watching storms from indoors, especially with a warm drink in hand. After the rain, the smell of fresh earth always reminds me of my childhood. After the rain, the smell of fresh earth always reminds me of my childhood. I once waited in line for 3 hours just to buy concert tickets. I once waited in line for 3 hours just to buy concert tickets. Long queues always make me question whether I really need what I'm buying. Long queues always make me question whether I really need what I'm buying. I brought a book this time, knowing the queue would take forever to move. I brought a book this time, knowing the queue would take forever to move. Some people try to skip the line, pretending they didn't see where it started. Some people try to skip the line, pretending they didn't see where it started. When everyone is silent in the queue, it feels oddly intense and awkward. When everyone is silent in the queue, it feels oddly intense and awkward. I struck up a conversation with the person next to me just to pass time. I struck up a conversation with the person next to me just to pass time. I lost my place in the queue after leaving to find a toilet. I lost my place in the queue after leaving to find a toilet. It's always the person in front who takes forever to get their order sorted. It's always the person in front who takes forever to get their order sorted. You know a place is popular when the queue wraps around the corner. You know a place is popular when the queue wraps around the corner. There's nothing worse than standing in line without any phone battery left. There's nothing worse than standing in line without any phone battery left. I once queued for hours only to find out they ran out of stock. I once queued for hours only to find out they ran out of stock. Some people actually bring folding chairs for those ridiculously long waiting lines. Some people actually bring folding chairs for those ridiculously long waiting lines. Waiting in queues tests your patience more than most situations in daily life. Waiting in queues tests your patience more than most situations in daily life. Everyone looks equally bored, yet no one dares to leave their spot. Everyone looks equally bored, yet no one dares to leave their spot. The queue moved so slowly, I memorized the pattern on the floor tiles. The queue moved so slowly, I memorized the pattern on the floor tiles. I was near the front when they announced the system had crashed completely. I was near the front when they announced the system had crashed completely. People in queues often form silent alliances, sharing complaints with just facial expressions. People in queues often form silent alliances, sharing complaints with just facial expressions. I always try to predict which line will move faster. I'm usually wrong. I always try to predict which line will move faster. I'm usually wrong. Being stuck in a long queue with loud children can feel never-ending. Being stuck in a long queue with loud children can feel never-ending. Sometimes just seeing a long line is enough to make me give up. Sometimes just seeing a long line is enough to make me give up. The person behind me kept standing too close, which made me really uncomfortable. The person behind me kept standing too close, which made me really uncomfortable. I passed the time by people watching and making up stories about them. I passed the time by people watching and making up stories about them. When the line finally moved, it felt like a small personal victory. When the line finally moved, it felt like a small personal victory. I should have arrived earlier, but I underestimated how long the wait would be. I should have arrived earlier, but I underestimated how long the wait would be. Queuing outside in the cold makes the experience even more painful and annoying. Queuing outside in the cold makes the experience even more painful and annoying. I spent nearly an hour retracing my steps to find my missing headphones. I spent nearly an hour retracing my steps to find my missing headphones. There's no worse feeling than realizing you've lost your wallet in a crowded area. There's no worse feeling than realizing you've lost your wallet in a crowded area. I found my missing sock stuck behind the washing machine after several weeks. I found my missing sock stuck behind the washing machine after several weeks. Losing your phone, even for 5 minutes, creates a wave of instant panic. Losing your phone, even for 5 minutes, creates a wave of instant panic. I once lost my house keys and had to sleep at a friend's place. I once lost my house keys and had to sleep at a friend's place. My glasses were on my head the entire time I was searching for them. My glasses were on my head the entire time I was searching for them. Every time I lose something, it's usually hiding in plain sight somewhere obvious. Every time I lose something, It's usually hiding in plain sight, somewhere obvious. I found an old childhood toy buried deep in the back of my wardrobe. I found an old childhood toy buried deep in the back of my wardrobe. That awkward moment when you find your missing item after blaming someone else. That awkward moment when you find your missing item after blaming someone else. I always seem to lose one glove and never the pair at the same time. I always seem to lose one glove and never the pair at the same time. It's strange how things go missing just when you urgently need them the most. It's strange how things go missing just when you urgently need them the most. I lost my library card and had to pay a fine for a late book. I lost my library card and had to pay a fine for a late book. Nothing beats the joy of finding money in a coat pocket from last winter. Nothing beats the joy of finding money in a coat pocket from last winter. I left my umbrella on the bus and only realised halfway through the rain. I left my umbrella on the bus and only realised halfway through the rain. Losing important documents can turn a calm day into absolute chaos very quickly. Losing important documents can turn a calm day into absolute chaos very quickly. My headphones were tangled up in my hoodie the whole time. I felt so silly. My headphones were tangled up in my hoodie the whole time. I felt so silly. I once found a lost dog and returned it to the owner the same evening. I once found a lost dog and returned it to the owner the same evening. I kept blaming everyone for losing the charger, but it was in my bag. I kept blaming everyone for losing the charger, but it was in my bag. I found my missing ring under the sofa while vacuuming the living room. I found my missing ring under the sofa while vacuuming the living room. There's always one drawer where lost things mysteriously reappear after several days. There's always one drawer where lost things mysteriously reappear after several days. I lost my shopping list, so I had to rely on memory and forgot everything. I lost my shopping list, so I had to rely on memory and forgot everything. I always lose my pen right before an important meeting or phone call. I always lose my pen right before an important meeting or phone call. After searching everywhere, I found the missing remote in the fridge somehow. After searching everywhere, I found the missing remote in the fridge somehow. I misplace my headphones so often, I should probably buy a spare pair. I misplace my headphones so often, I should probably buy a spare pair. Losing your passport while abroad is one of the scariest experiences imaginable. Losing your passport while abroad is one of the scariest experiences imaginable. When I'm home alone, every little noise suddenly sounds suspicious and terrifying. When I'm home alone, every little noise suddenly sounds suspicious and terrifying. I talk to myself out loud more often when there's no one else around. I talk to myself out loud more often when there's no one else around. Sometimes I pretend I'm on a cooking show while making dinner by myself. Sometimes I pretend I'm on a cooking show while making dinner by myself. It's strangely peaceful to walk around your house in complete silence for hours. It's strangely peaceful to walk around your house in complete silence for hours. I sing at the top of my lungs when I know no one's listening. I sing at the top of my lungs when I know no one's listening. Every creaky floorboard feels louder when you're the only one in the house. Every creaky floorboard feels louder when you're the only one in the house. I love the freedom of choosing any movie without worrying about someone else's opinion. I love the freedom of choosing any movie without worrying about someone else's opinion. Being home alone gives me the chance to truly relax and do absolutely nothing. Being home alone gives me the chance to truly relax and do absolutely nothing. I always double check the locks when I'm the only one staying home overnight. I always double check the locks when I'm the only one staying home overnight. Sometimes I hear things that make me check behind the shower curtain just in case. Sometimes I hear things that make me check behind the shower curtain just in case. Home alone nights are perfect for trying new snacks and watching old favourites. Home alone nights are perfect for trying new snacks and watching old favourites. I once got scared by my own reflection thinking someone else was in the house. I once got scared by my own reflection thinking someone else was in the house. I talk to my plants more when I don't have any humans around. I talk to my plants more when I don't have any humans around. Silence feels calming at first, but eventually I put music on for company. Silence feels calming at first, but eventually I put music on for company. I dance around the house like I'm in a music video. No shame whatsoever. I dance around the house like I'm in a music video. No shame whatsoever. I once thought I heard a ghost, but it was just the ice maker. I once thought I heard a ghost, but it was just the ice maker. Being alone at night makes you appreciate small things, like a warm blanket. Being alone at night makes you appreciate small things, like a warm blanket. I love ordering food and not having to share it with anyone else. I love ordering food and not having to share it with anyone else. I can spend hours reorganizing drawers without interruptions when the house is empty. I can spend hours reorganizing drawers without interruptions when the house is empty. I once watched 5 films in a row while home alone on a rainy day. I once watched 5 films in a row while home alone on a rainy day. I always think about deep questions when I'm alone, like, where do socks go? I always think about deep questions when I'm alone, like, where do socks go? Sometimes I just sit by the window and enjoy the quiet world outside. Sometimes I just sit by the window and enjoy the quiet world outside. I often discover how creaky the house is when it's completely silent. I often discover how creaky the house is when it's completely silent. Being home alone is the best time to wear ridiculous clothes and experiment. Being home alone is the best time to wear ridiculous clothes and experiment. It's the only time I can truly think clearly without distractions from others. It's the only time I can truly think clearly without distractions from others. I had the most unexpected conversation with a stranger while waiting for the bus. I had the most unexpected conversation with a stranger while waiting for the bus. A kind stranger once helped me carry my suitcase up the station stairs. A kind stranger once helped me carry my suitcase up the station stairs. I rarely talk to strangers, but sometimes it leads to really memorable moments. I rarely talk to strangers, but sometimes it leads to really memorable moments. Striking up a conversation can feel awkward, especially when you don't share interests. Striking up a conversation can feel awkward, especially when you don't share interests. I once met someone in a queue and we ended up becoming good friends. I once met someone in a queue and we ended up becoming good friends. Talking to strangers helps improve your social confidence more than you might expect. Talking to strangers helps improve your social confidence more than you might expect. Sometimes a stranger's compliment can brighten your whole day in just 1 second. Sometimes a stranger's compliment can brighten your whole day in just 1 second. I avoid small talk, but I enjoy deeper conversations when someone opens up. I avoid small talk, but I enjoy deeper conversations when someone opens up. That old man on the bench told me stories from his youth for an hour. That old man on the bench told me stories from his youth for an hour. I asked a stranger for directions and we ended up chatting about local history. I asked a stranger for directions and we ended up chatting about local history. It's interesting how strangers often reveal more than friends in a short conversation. It's interesting how strangers often reveal more than friends in a short conversation. A stranger once gave me life advice I didn't expect but actually needed. A stranger once gave me life advice I didn't expect, but actually needed. I complimented a stranger's jacket, and she told me it was her mother's. I complimented a stranger's jacket, and she told me it was her mother's. Some strangers overshare way too quickly, and it gets uncomfortable very fast. Some strangers overshare way too quickly, and it gets uncomfortable very fast. You can tell a lot about a person by how they greet a stranger. You can tell a lot about a person by how they greet a stranger. I shared a train seat with someone who turned out to be an author. I shared a train seat with someone who turned out to be an author. I once helped a stranger find their dog, and they were so thankful. I once helped a stranger find their dog, and they were so thankful. Asking strangers about their day can lead to surprisingly honest answers. Asking strangers about their day can lead to surprisingly honest answers. There's a certain charm in chatting with someone you know you'll never meet again. There's a certain charm in chatting with someone you know you'll never meet again. I once joined a conversation between strangers and was welcomed like an old friend. I once joined a conversation between strangers and was welcomed like an old friend. That barista always chats like we're best friends, even though I don't know his name. That barista always chats like we're best friends, even though I don't know his name. One friendly conversation with a stranger helped calm my nerves before a big event. One friendly conversation with a stranger helped calm my nerves before a big event. A stranger in a coffee shop told me about their dreams of moving abroad. A stranger in a coffee shop told me about their dreams of moving abroad. You don't need to know someone's name to share a meaningful interaction. You don't need to know someone's name to share a meaningful interaction. Some people are just naturally gifted at making strangers feel instantly comfortable. Some people are just naturally gifted at making strangers feel instantly comfortable. I was so focused on my book that I didn't notice it was already midnight. I was so focused on my book that I didn't notice it was already midnight. It's scary how quickly hours can disappear when you're doing something you enjoy. It's scary how quickly hours can disappear when you're doing something you enjoy. I lost track of time while drawing and missed an important phone call. I lost track of time while drawing and missed an important phone call. I only meant to check social media for 5 minutes. It became 2 hours. I only meant to check social media for 5 minutes. It became 2 hours. When you're in a creative flow, time feels like it doesn't even exist. When you're in a creative flow, time feels like it doesn't even exist. I completely forgot about lunch because I was too deep into editing a video. I completely forgot about lunch because I was too deep into editing a video. The movie was so gripping that I had no idea how late it had gotten. The movie was so gripping that I had no idea how late it had gotten. I started organising my desk and somehow ended up rearranging the whole living room. I started organising my desk and somehow ended up rearranging the whole living room. Playing video games with friends always makes time vanish without warning. Playing video games with friends always makes time vanish without warning. I planned to nap for 20 minutes and woke up 2 hours later. I planned to nap for 20 minutes and woke up 2 hours later. I once stayed up all night writing without realizing the sun was rising. I once stayed up all night writing without realizing the sun was rising. You know you've lost track of time when your coffee goes cold without noticing. You know you've lost track of time when your coffee goes cold without noticing. Scrolling through old photos made me lose an entire evening without realizing it. Scrolling through old photos made me lose an entire evening without realizing it. When I'm in a deep conversation, I never notice how late it's getting. When I'm in a deep conversation, I never notice how late it's getting. I meant to go for a short walk, but ended up wandering for hours. I meant to go for a short walk, but ended up wandering for hours. Time flies when you're laughing with people who understand your weird sense of humour. Time flies when you're laughing with people who understand your weird sense of humour. I got so absorbed in a podcast that I missed my train stop completely. I got so absorbed in a podcast that I missed my train stop completely. Drawing late at night feels like entering a time loop where nothing else matters. Drawing late at night feels like entering a time loop where nothing else matters. I often lose track of time while doing puzzles or playing logic games. I often lose track of time while doing puzzles or playing logic games. When I listen to music and start dancing around, time speeds up somehow. When I listen to music and start dancing around, time speeds up somehow. The weekend went by so quickly, I barely remember what I even did. The weekend went by so quickly, I barely remember what I even did. Deep cleaning the house somehow made the afternoon vanish before I even had lunch. Deep cleaning the house somehow made the afternoon vanish before I even had lunch. I started replying to one message and suddenly it was already bedtime. I started replying to one message and suddenly it was already bedtime. I got distracted writing a list and ended up doing none of the tasks. I got distracted writing a list and ended up doing none of the tasks. When I'm enjoying myself, the clock seems to work twice as fast as usual. When I'm enjoying myself, the clock seems to work twice as fast as usual. The neighbour's dog barks non-stop every night, and it drives me absolutely crazy. The neighbour's dog barks non-stop every night, and it drives me absolutely crazy. I can't concentrate when someone keeps tapping their pen loudly in a quiet room. I can't concentrate when someone keeps tapping their pen loudly in a quiet room. There's a constant dripping sound in the bathroom, and it's getting on my nerves. There's a constant dripping sound in the bathroom, and it's getting on my nerves. I once heard a car alarm going off for hours with no one around. I once heard a car alarm going off for hours with no one around. Someone upstairs keeps dragging furniture across the floor at 2 a.m. every single night. Someone upstairs keeps dragging furniture across the floor at 2 a.m. every single night. Loud chewing is one of those sounds that makes me irrationally angry inside. Loud chewing is one of those sounds that makes me irrationally angry inside. The clicking of high heels on a hard floor echoes through the whole building. The clicking of high heels on a hard floor echoes through the whole building. I can't stand when people blast voice messages on speaker in public places. I can't stand when people blast voice messages on speaker in public places. The buzzing from that flickering light bulb was enough to ruin my concentration completely. The buzzing from that flickering light bulb was enough to ruin my concentration completely. When I hear construction work early in the morning, it completely ruins my sleep. When I hear construction work early in the morning, it completely ruins my sleep. I tried to ignore the humming fridge, but now I can't unhear it. I tried to ignore the humming fridge, but now I can't unhear it. The squeaky wheel on my chair makes it sound like I'm hiding a mouse. The squeaky wheel on my chair makes it sound like I'm hiding a mouse. My neighbour plays the same song on repeat. I know every word against my will. My neighbour plays the same song on repeat. I know every word against my will. That high-pitched feedback sound from microphones really makes me wince in pain. That high-pitched feedback sound from microphones really makes me wince in pain. I once shared a flat with someone who cracked their knuckles every few minutes. I once shared a flat with someone who cracked their knuckles every few minutes. The hum of traffic outside my window becomes louder during the evening rush hour. The hum of traffic outside my window becomes louder during the evening rush hour. I can't sleep when there's a ticking clock nearby. It's too rhythmic to ignore. I can't sleep when there's a ticking clock nearby. It's too rhythmic to ignore. A mosquito buzzing near my ear is one of the worst sounds imaginable. A mosquito buzzing near my ear is one of the worst sounds imaginable. I wore noise-cancelling headphones, but somehow I could still hear that annoying ringtone. I wore noise-cancelling headphones, but somehow I could still hear that annoying ringtone. Someone kept clicking their pen during the entire exam. It nearly broke my focus. Someone kept clicking their pen during the entire exam. It nearly broke my focus. The beeping sound from the microwave kept going because nobody opened the door. The beeping sound from the microwave kept going because nobody opened the door. I asked them nicely to lower the volume, but they ignored me completely. I asked them nicely to lower the volume, but they ignored me completely. When the fire alarm randomly went off, it nearly gave me a heart attack. When the fire alarm randomly went off, it nearly gave me a heart attack. I once unplugged the fridge just to escape the endless humming for one night. I once unplugged the fridge just to escape the endless humming for one night. Background noise becomes unbearable when you're trying to enjoy a moment of peace. Background noise becomes unbearable when you're trying to enjoy a moment of peace. I often talk to myself while cleaning, like I'm narrating a YouTube tutorial. I often talk to myself while cleaning, like I'm narrating a YouTube tutorial. Saying things out loud helps me remember tasks better than writing them down. Saying things out loud helps me remember tasks better than writing them down. Sometimes I pretend I'm giving a speech while alone just for fun. Sometimes I pretend I'm giving a speech while alone just for fun. I once caught myself arguing out loud with someone who wasn't even there. I once caught myself arguing out loud with someone who wasn't even there. Talking to yourself doesn't mean you're weird. It actually helps process thoughts clearly. Talking to yourself doesn't mean you're weird. It actually helps process thoughts clearly. I mutter, "Where did I put that?" almost every day without thinking about it. I mutter, "Where did I put that?" almost every day without thinking about it. Practicing conversations out loud helps me prepare for stressful situations and meetings. Practicing conversations out loud helps me prepare for stressful situations and meetings. I talk to inanimate objects like they can hear me, especially when they misbehave. I talk to inanimate objects like they can hear me, especially when they misbehave. I once rehearsed a joke out loud, then forgot it completely when it mattered. I once rehearsed a joke out loud, then forgot it completely when it mattered. When I misplace something, talking aloud often helps me remember where I saw it last. When I misplace something, talking aloud often helps me remember where I saw it last. I sometimes apologise to furniture when I bump into it out of habit. I sometimes apologise to furniture when I bump into it out of habit. If someone overheard me talking to myself, I'd probably pretend I was on the phone. If someone overheard me talking to myself, I'd probably pretend I was on the phone. I tell myself motivational quotes in the mirror when I need a confidence boost. I tell myself motivational quotes in the mirror when I need a confidence boost. Talking out loud while cooking helps me follow each step without forgetting anything. Talking out loud while cooking helps me follow each step without forgetting anything. I once rehearsed an entire job interview to myself in the bathroom mirror. I once rehearsed an entire job interview to myself in the bathroom mirror. I give myself pep talks when I feel nervous about trying something new. I give myself pep talks when I feel nervous about trying something new. I whisper sarcastic comments when watching reality shows alone. It makes it more fun. I whisper sarcastic comments when watching reality shows alone. It makes it more fun. When I'm really tired, I talk to myself just to stay awake and alert. When I'm really tired, I talk to myself just to stay awake and alert. Sometimes I do silly voices while reading signs out loud on the street. Sometimes I do silly voices while reading signs out loud on the street. I once laughed so hard at something I said to myself, I cried. I once laughed so hard at something I said to myself, I cried. I explain things to myself like I'm teaching a class, even when I'm alone. I explain things to myself like I'm teaching a class, even when I'm alone. I talked myself through assembling a shelf because the instructions made no sense. I talked myself through assembling a shelf because the instructions made no sense. It's comforting to hear your own voice when the house feels too quiet. It's comforting to hear your own voice when the house feels too quiet. I plan entire days out loud while brushing my teeth in the morning. I plan entire days out loud while brushing my teeth in the morning. If thinking quietly doesn't work, saying things aloud helps me figure everything out. If thinking quietly doesn't work, saying things aloud helps me figure everything out. I kept refreshing my email every 2 minutes, hoping the results had arrived early. I kept refreshing my email every 2 minutes, hoping the results had arrived early. Waiting for a job interview response feels like time has completely frozen in place. Waiting for a job interview response feels like time has completely frozen in place. I couldn't concentrate on anything else until I knew what the doctor would say. I couldn't concentrate on anything else until I knew what the doctor would say. My heart skips a beat every time my phone buzzes when I'm expecting news. My heart skips a beat every time my phone buzzes when I'm expecting news. The longer you wait for important news, the more your imagination creates dramatic scenarios. The longer you wait for important news, the more your imagination creates dramatic scenarios. I rehearsed both my excited and disappointed reactions before opening the final decision letter. I rehearsed both my excited and disappointed reactions before opening the final decision letter. I kept checking the tracking number to see if the delivery update had changed. I kept checking the tracking number to see if the delivery update had changed. Waiting for test scores was more stressful than actually taking the test itself. Waiting for test scores was more stressful than actually taking the test itself. I couldn't enjoy my weekend knowing the big announcement was coming on Monday. I couldn't enjoy my weekend knowing the big announcement was coming on Monday. I stared at the phone for hours, willing it to ring with good news. I stared at the phone for hours, willing it to ring with good news. Even good news takes too long when you're desperate for peace of mind. Even good news takes too long when you're desperate for peace of mind. I tried distracting myself with chores, but my mind kept returning to the outcome. I tried distracting myself with chores, but my mind kept returning to the outcome. The longer the silence, the more you start doubting what you thought went well. The longer the silence, the more you start doubting what you thought went well. When the call finally came, I missed it and had to wait even longer. When the call finally came, I missed it and had to wait even longer. I didn't want to open the envelope in case it changed everything. I didn't want to open the envelope in case it changed everything. Waiting for feedback on something personal feels like waiting for judgment itself. Waiting for feedback on something personal feels like waiting for judgment itself. Every time someone said, "Any news yet?" I had to fake a calm smile. Every time someone said, "Any news yet?" I had to fake a calm smile. I told myself not to care about the results, but I definitely did. I told myself not to care about the results, but I definitely did. I kept making excuses to check my phone without looking too obvious. I kept making excuses to check my phone without looking too obvious. The worst part is not knowing if it's going to be good or bad. The worst part is not knowing if it's going to be good or bad. The message notification came in and it was just a spam email. Again. The message notification came in and it was just a spam email. Again. My stomach was in knots for days waiting for the final word. My stomach was in knots for days waiting for the final word. You try to stay positive, but your brain always brings up the worst case scenario. You try to stay positive, but your brain always brings up the worst case scenario. I checked the mailbox so often the neighbours probably thought I was expecting gold. I checked the mailbox so often the neighbours probably thought I was expecting gold. I was too scared to open the message, so I stared at it for hours. I was too scared to open the message, so I stared at it for hours. I tried learning how to juggle, but I mostly just threw things at the floor. I tried learning how to juggle, but I mostly just threw things at the floor. The first time I studied algebra, I thought the letters were a printing mistake. The first time I studied algebra, I thought the letters were a printing mistake. Learning to swim as an adult was harder than I ever expected it to be. Learning to swim as an adult was harder than I ever expected it to be. I watched the tutorial 10 times and still didn't understand what I was doing wrong. I watched the tutorial 10 times and still didn't understand what I was doing wrong. I tried learning a new accent and ended up sounding like 5 different people. I tried learning a new accent and ended up sounding like 5 different people. I spent an hour learning one piano chord, but it felt like a victory. I spent an hour learning one piano chord, but it felt like a victory. I once spent 3 weeks trying to understand one paragraph in a dense textbook. I once spent 3 weeks trying to understand one paragraph in a dense textbook. I had to pause the video every few seconds just to keep up. I had to pause the video every few seconds just to keep up. Learning to type without looking at the keyboard took way more patience than I thought. Learning to type without looking at the keyboard took way more patience than I thought. My brain completely shut down the first time someone explained cryptocurrency to me. My brain completely shut down the first time someone explained cryptocurrency to me. I followed the instructions step by step and still ended up with the wrong result. I followed the instructions step by step and still ended up with the wrong result. I nearly cried trying to assemble a piece of furniture with 47 confusing parts. I nearly cried trying to assemble a piece of furniture with 47 confusing parts. I tried learning magic tricks, but my hands refused to cooperate smoothly. I tried learning magic tricks, but my hands refused to cooperate smoothly. Even after hours of practice, I still pronounced the word wrong in class. Even after hours of practice, I still pronounced the word wrong in class. I tried coding once. Within 10 minutes, I was questioning all of my life choices. I tried coding once. Within 10 minutes, I was questioning all of my life choices. I kept repeating the same dance move wrong until someone showed me in slow motion. I kept repeating the same dance move wrong until someone showed me in slow motion. Every time I thought I understood it, a new layer of confusion appeared. Every time I thought I understood it, a new layer of confusion appeared. My brain hurt after the first hour, but I kept pushing through anyway. My brain hurt after the first hour, but I kept pushing through anyway. Learning something new feels great until you compare yourself to someone who's mastered it. Learning something new feels great until you compare yourself to someone who's mastered it. I gave myself a reward every time I finished a hard chapter just to stay motivated. I gave myself a reward every time I finished a hard chapter just to stay motivated. I took 20 minutes to memorize something, then forgot it 5 minutes later. I took 20 minutes to memorize something, then forgot it 5 minutes later. The difficult part isn't starting, it's coming back the next day to try again. The difficult part isn't starting, it's coming back the next day to try again. I kept making mistakes, but eventually something finally clicked, and that moment felt magical. I kept making mistakes, but eventually something finally clicked, and that moment felt magical. Learning hard things reminds you how humbling and frustrating the process of growth can be. Learning hard things reminds you how humbling and frustrating the process of growth can be. I still don't fully understand it, but I've come further than I thought I could. I still don't fully understand it, but I've come further than I thought I could. I bought a sketch pad thinking I'd become an artist. 2 doodles later, I gave up. I bought a sketch pad thinking I'd become an artist. 2 doodles later, I gave up. I tried yoga once, and let's just say my balance needs serious work. I tried yoga once, and let's just say my balance needs serious work. I attempted to learn the guitar, but my fingers disagreed completely with the strings. I attempted to learn the guitar, but my fingers disagreed completely with the strings. I joined a pottery class and ended up creating something unidentifiable, but proudly mine. I joined a pottery class and ended up creating something unidentifiable, but proudly mine. The first time I went jogging, I lasted 5 minutes before collapsing on a bench. The first time I went jogging, I lasted 5 minutes before collapsing on a bench. I tried knitting, but somehow tied all the yarn into a massive knot. I tried knitting, but somehow tied all the yarn into a massive knot. I joined a dance class and spent most of the time stepping on others. I joined a dance class and spent most of the time stepping on others. Trying new hobbies makes me realize how impatient I can actually be. Trying new hobbies makes me realize how impatient I can actually be. I attempted to cook fancy desserts, but ended up with something that looked haunted. I attempted to cook fancy desserts, but ended up with something that looked haunted. I joined an improv class and laughed more than I ever expected to. I joined an improv class and laughed more than I ever expected to. Learning chess seemed like a good idea until I lost to a 10-year-old. Learning chess seemed like a good idea until I lost to a 10-year-old. I bought a puzzle with 1,000 pieces and immediately regretted my life choices. I bought a puzzle with 1,000 pieces and immediately regretted my life choices. I tried journaling daily, but now it's more like monthly emotional explosions on paper. I tried journaling daily, but now it's more like monthly emotional explosions on paper. I downloaded a language app and forgot about it after one enthusiastic day. I downloaded a language app and forgot about it after one enthusiastic day. The first time I painted, I accidentally made something that looked like a ghost. The first time I painted, I accidentally made something that looked like a ghost. I tried bird watching, but ended up getting scared by a very aggressive squirrel. I tried bird watching, but ended up getting scared by a very aggressive squirrel. I joined a book club and didn't finish the book, but still I pretended I did. I joined a book club and didn't finish the book, but still pretended I did. I went to a photography class and took 83 pictures of my shoes by accident. I went to a photography class and took 83 pictures of my shoes by accident. I tried baking bread from scratch. My kitchen looked like a flour tornado hit it. I tried baking bread from scratch. My kitchen looked like a flour tornado hit it. I once attempted calligraphy, but produced something that looked like ancient alien symbols. I once attempted calligraphy, but produced something that looked like ancient alien symbols. I joined a running club and got lost within the first 10 minutes. I joined a running club and got lost within the first 10 minutes. I tried building a shelf and ended up creating the world's most wobbly table. I tried building a shelf and ended up creating the world's most wobbly table. I thought I'd be good at painting miniatures. I was very wrong, but proud anyway. I thought I'd be good at painting miniatures. I was very wrong, but proud anyway. I started gardening and forgot to water the plants for an entire week. I started gardening and forgot to water the plants for an entire week. I attempted origami, but every crane turned into a sad, crumpled lump of paper. I attempted origami, but every crane turned into a sad, crumpled lump of paper. I stared at the ceiling for so long I started counting tiny cracks in the paint. I stared at the ceiling for so long I started counting tiny cracks in the paint. I rearranged my entire bookshelf by colour just to pass the time. I rearranged my entire bookshelf by colour just to pass the time. I tried watching TV, but even the shows I like couldn't hold my attention. I tried watching TV, but even the shows I like couldn't hold my attention. I looked at the clock, blinked, and somehow only 1 minute had passed. I looked at the clock, blinked, and somehow only 1 minute had passed. I made a list of things to do, then ignored every single item. I made a list of things to do, then ignored every single item. I started organising my sock drawer just for something to focus on. I started organising my sock drawer just for something to focus on. I opened the fridge 6 times, knowing full well there was nothing new inside. I opened the fridge 6 times, knowing full well there was nothing new inside. I walked around the house aimlessly, hoping to magically find some entertainment. I walked around the house aimlessly, hoping to magically find some entertainment. I tried starting a new hobby, but gave up after 5 minutes of boredom. I tried starting a new hobby, but gave up after 5 minutes of boredom. I refreshed the same apps over and over, expecting something different to happen. I refreshed the same apps over and over, expecting something different to happen. I counted how many tiles were on my floor because I had nothing else. I counted how many tiles were on my floor because I had nothing else. I started singing nonsense songs out loud just to hear something other than silence. I started singing nonsense songs out loud just to hear something other than silence. I made a paper aeroplane and flew it across the room for 15 straight minutes. I made a paper aeroplane and flew it across the room for 15 straight minutes. I checked the weather even though I wasn't planning to leave the house. I checked the weather even though I wasn't planning to leave the house. I kept switching between tasks without actually finishing anything useful. I kept switching between tasks without actually finishing anything useful. I watched a fly buzz around the room and genuinely found it entertaining. I watched a fly buzz around the room and genuinely found it entertaining. I reread old text messages from years ago just for something mildly interesting. I reread old text messages from years ago just for something mildly interesting. I practiced balancing random objects on my head for no reason whatsoever. I practiced balancing random objects on my head for no reason whatsoever. I refreshed the newsfeed until I started seeing the same article again. I refreshed the newsfeed until I started seeing the same article again. I tried to nap, but even that felt too boring to continue. I tried to nap, but even that felt too boring to continue. I spent 30 minutes deciding what to do and ended up doing nothing. I spent 30 minutes deciding what to do and ended up doing nothing. I sat completely still and tried to beat my personal record for not moving. I sat completely still and tried to beat my personal record for not moving. I watched the washing machine spin and felt mildly hypnotized by the rhythm. I watched the washing machine spin and felt mildly hypnotized by the rhythm. I spoke in different accents to myself out of pure boredom. I spoke in different accents to myself out of pure boredom. I Googled what to do when bored and got bored halfway through the list. I Googled what to do when bored and got bored halfway through the list. Congratulations on completing the 5-hour Advanced English Vocabulary Challenge. You've built your vocabulary
improved your fluency and strengthened your English skills.